Yes, we are
We're live now.
broadcasting. Well, I'm your host, Adrian Crenshaw, aka Irongeek. We're on Irongeek.com. Go around to a bunch of cons, recording videos and such. I'll let everybody else introduce themselves as I try to pace this in the stream and not have too much of an echo.
Dead air.
Go left to right, I guess.
I'm trying to figure out which one's left.
That's
Denise,
you.
that would be you.
So me?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Bill would be first left to right because it looks like it adds you in. I'm on the far right on this, and it looks like it adds you in.
See, I'm on the far right on mine.
Oh, okay, never mind then. That doesn't help, does it? Bill, you go.
Okay. I'm Bill Gardner, also known as ONC, and teach Defense Against the Dark Arts at a university. And I can bench press twice my own weight. That's all I have.
Okay, I'm far right on mine. I don't know if you want me to go next.
Go ahead and you go next, Denise.
Okay, I'm Denise, also known as
Go
Unix
ahead.
Girl. I work for a big Silicon Valley giant company, and I consider myself a cyber goalie. I mainly work in defense. Obviously, I have to know offensive security. That's my favorite, but the paperwork is killer. So I do a lot of defense and preemptive security. So I'm responsible for all of the hardening. Like I put out the gold standard of what the operating system should be for a secure system. Let's just say that my company claims that their operating system is unbreakable, but I can tell you that it is breakable.
I guess Rocky's next.
My turn. Rocky Brockway at Rocky Brockway. Rocky with an IE. Risk, woodworking, science, and comedy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Rocky has this really cool table for a bar. It's made out of some piece of wood they polished up really nice, and it's like a natural. What's the term? This natural edge. There's a term for that.
I'm not sure the term, but it's actual like the bar top is like almost a 4-inch slab of sycamore, and it's got the actual like natural contour and bark on the edge, so it was sawed kind of up and down instead of horizontally.
It's real
That's
pretty.
all. Another thing, I'm into dog training. That's my little hobby on the side. And I have a Doberman.
Okay, I was about to ask me how doggy you have.
I have a Doberman, and he competes.
Y'all are so exciting. I'm just so boring.
You know, dog show thing where you run him through the hoops and all that.
So yes, he does. He does protection where he like bites the guy, runs after him and bites him. And he is also an AKC confirmation champion. So not only is he beautiful, he's got brawn behind him. So he did do the show thing where they gave him ribbons for being pretty, and he is an AKC champion. I'm going to UKC champion in the spring, but his performance, I do all of that. And he's obedience. He's obedience titled, and now we're getting him to do like Schutzhound, which is protection, and aggression, which is really fun.
I wonder how various hackers do with the pets and so forth. Like, I have a buddy who started. He experimented with like putting he called it I can't remember what it was. War petting. I don't remember what it was. He like strapped like a wireless thing onto his cat to see where all it went and.
GoPro. I did that to my dog.
Did it go into
that was Larry, wasn't it?
Maybe also no. I'm thinking of Gene.
He did it after Larry did it. Larry did it a long time ago. Larry Pesci did it a long time ago, like 2006. But then Gene Bransfield did the same thing. Basically, they strapped the wireless, basically they made their cat wireless and had them walk through the neighborhood on their nightly stroll when they let them out, and then they came back with data, of course. So it was an interesting way of gathering intel and access points, wireless access points.
I actually think that I saw that, posted and watched it.
Meow driving.
Meow driving. I like that. He gave a talk, I think, at Shmoo last year or year before last.
Was it Larry that did the talk, or was it Gene?
Gene.
Yeah,
Larry
okay.
talked about it on paul.com.
The one say I recorded Gene.
I'm sorry. You edit that out. On Paul Security Weekly.
Yeah, that name change was a little bit.
Well, apparently that was a mess. So, actually, he accidentally said the old name. The podcasters meet up at DerbyCon, and they edited it out because they didn't want to, I guess, legal ramifications.
Yeah, we'll let Tim introduce himself in just a second. I'm gonna do a quick announcement. I should probably do these announcements at the beginning of each one of the videos, just so people know. I have several cons upcoming that I'm gonna record. Unfortunately, B-Sides Huntsville is off the schedule because my mom's funeral is going to be that day, so I had to cancel that, unfortunately. But it was a great time with Paul in B-Sides Huntsville if you get to go to it. Also sometimes known as B-Sides Rocket City. They have it in a place called Dianetics, and they got a nice little classroom thing set up. And usually 2-track. I'm not sure what number of tracks it is this year because I unfortunately can't make it. Then I got B-Sides Tampa on February 11th. B-Sides Nova on February 25th. That's what is it? Stands for Northern Virginia. So basically DC area out there nearby Dulles Airport. Indie B-Sides on March 11th. BloomCon March 24th through 25th. And that is
Aid.
Well, I have Aid upcoming. Well, let me go to some other ones. CypherCon on March 31st, and then Aid on the 3rd through the 7th. Though I'm going to go be there for the last couple of days in West Virginia, in West Virginia.
Yeah, that's my conference. One of my conferences. The Appalachian Institute of Digital Evidence. So I'll
come up to that because that's far enough ahead of time that most people aren't going to schedule out that for maybe. So Tim,
well, we're still trying to get the site up to date, but
so Tim, introduce yourself.
So I'm crazed on Twitter. I was super excited to get invited to this. I was like, oh shit, because I follow you on Twitter, and I was like, aren't you the guy that made I can't pronounce it, but the web app thing.
Utility.
I can't pronounce it either.
Yeah, most of the code in that is no longer mine. Weaponized does most of the code in that now, but
right on.
Yeah, I started it off. Writing bad PHP code is really easy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh man. So
what do you do?
Cool, what for work or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Right now I'm a network admin, but I actually before I came here I just got proposal stuff for a new job as an IT consultant for a firm, and I'm actually quite excited because it looks like they're gonna skip a background check. So I'm like, okay, but I have to read through this stuff, But yeah, so I just do InfoSec stuff. I'm really into it, but I'm not really in the field yet.
Well, it's probably good to have something use your background before going into InfoSec, because I think there's a lot of people who are getting InfoSec degrees now that just generate a degree and expect it to give a skill set, but the people can't do the normal can't do some of the normal background stuff. Like if you have a server admin background, I remember I had a friend who's actually very good at pen testing, but he never admitted a IIS box. So
when you froze or I lost you.
When he hacked the box, he didn't know where to actually edit files on it because he never admitted it before.
Yeah, I hate IIS so much. I prefer the LAMP stack, but I am, I do know how to do it and stuff because I have been sysadmin before. I was sysadmin for 3 years, and I just picked up this gig as a network admin out in Boston. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You're in the East Coast too, right?
Well, sort of. I'm in Southern Indiana, basically Louisville, Kentucky. I'm right there on the edge between what's considered South and Midwest.
Cool. Okay. Because I heard your accent then, I was like, okay. He's not
yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one. You got a bit of a Boston accent, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say Boston, really?
Yeah, yeah.
It's all good. I'm sure I have an accent too.
And Brian, do you want to say something, or do you supposed to stay muted? Hey, Brian.
No mic.
Oh, no mic. Well, I guess you just go hang out in this.
It's going to be exciting, isn't it?
You're just going to hang out there with your little, blank avatar and not say a whole lot, I imagine. All right. Well, does anybody have anything, topics for discussion?
There are too many topics for discussion that I don't know that we want to get into those. You know what I mean?
Have you pissed off anybody at your university recently by inviting someone that they don't like?
No, I have not. I have not invited Weave to speak at the university this semester.
That's a bad idea, dude.
So did Weave drop off of Twitter?
He's
Didn't
banned.
drop off. He got banned.
Oh,
He's back
shit.
on Facebook, but I think he's gone again.
Oh, he's on again on Facebook? Yeah, a whole bunch of alt-right type accounts, which is another subject I will cover in a second, got apparently kicked recently.
Well, it took him a long time to get kicked, which was kind of interesting to me. But Weave talks to my classes every semester. In fact, we're getting ready to talk to Weave. We taught to Weave and Sabu. We watch Hacker Wars. Sorry, I didn't want to get into that controversial issue either. But we watch Hacker Wars, and I think both of them need to speak for themselves, and they've been cool enough to come talk to my kids remotely.
Yeah, just because you have someone come and speak doesn't mean you have to agree with them. So
I don't agree with the damn thing that Weave says, but I don't know that he believes the things that he says. He very much is into the idea of trolling as rhetoric, which I'm actually, that's what my academic research has been on lately.
Yeah.
So I'm actually writing a paper on trolling as the Socratic method and trolling as rhetoric.
Exactly. That you make a very valid point. I mean, to talk to Weave, and I've DM'd him. He's actually a very nice person, and he's a very strong believer in education, and he feels that our education system is failing.
Yeah.
So when I look at his trolling, I view that as he's trying to like prove that people need to become more educated. He's just pointing it out.
The other thing about Weave is he was born a troll. I mean, he's been a troll since he was like 14 years old.
Yeah.
When the first time the FBI raided him, he's always been sort of a troublemaker. It's the way he rolls. And I don't know that you could ever rehabilitate him. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way it is. It's in his genes somehow.
Plus, he's hilarious in like a dickhead kind of way. You know what I mean? Like he says some shit, and you're like, I swear to God, I'm gonna punch this dude, but God damn it, that's funny. You know?
Go ahead.
He is very. I agree. He's at times made me like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you said that. But on the inside, I'm like cracking up.
Yeah, yeah.
He definitely illustrates. He's almost that connection point between like the old school punk rock and our community, the InfoSec community.
Yeah.
You know, from a behavior economics perspective, it's very similar.
Yeah.
And he's pretty accepting if you try to troll him. Like I haven't seen him block people for trolling him. I've actually gone up to him to actually try to say some things like, you know, I don't know, bring up the fact that I like Jewish women for some reason. You know,
I troll Weave on occasion. He takes it very well and he throws it back. But you know, I think that he is the master troll.
Yes, he is.
Hard to get him.
He is good.
Hard to get him on something. He's a really intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Well, trolling is actually a good subject matter for this stream since I called it free Kekistan.
Yeah, free Kekistan.
As far as I can tell, I tried to trace back this hashtag that was running around on Twitter the last couple of days. And as far as I can do, there was this liberal YouTuber called Sargon of Akkad, who basically has mostly leftist views, but he hates identity politics and social justice warrior types. So he makes fun of them a lot. And somehow or another, he started petitioning the British government to include shit posters as some kind of ethnic identity. And one of his fans decided to make, because Kek is this frog god from Egypt that represents darkness, and they relate that to Pepe, who's a frog.
Yeah.
Feels bad though, bro.
They decided to call her ethno-state Kekistan, and it partly seems to be a movement to like just shitpost, and partly to like reclaim Pepe or just general meme use. And there's some alt-writers, not all the from what I've read and seen, not all the alt-writers are actually racists.
Mm-hmm.
Most all of them are nationalists, not all are racists.
Yeah.
But the percentage that are racist seem to be really pissed off at that hashtag.
I mean, what is the alt-right? I mean, this is part of the question. How do you pigeonhole something as big as the alt-right? It's a pretty big tent. It's like saying that all people with blonde hair believe the same thing. I think that they're all. Well, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. There's like a scale of alt right. You've got Weave on one side, and then you've got, I don't know, somebody more mainstream at the other side.
Lauren Southern, let's say. She's a Canadian conservative libertarian who some might identify as alt-right, but I think a lot of people who used to be considered alt-right, since Spencer did his little stunt with the Roman salute at that one little conference, a lot of alt-right people who aren't racist have distanced themselves from the alt-right, sometimes referred to as the alt-light. And there's also just a shit ton of people that love throwing out the Pepe memes, and they don't care if you call them a racist because they just want to troll you.
Pepe! Sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean to yell.
But basically, this whole free Kekistan thing seems to be just the big support of shit posting and something that pisses off both far leftists and far rightists.
Yep.
As far as I can tell.
The same?
That would be horseshoe theory, and some people would say yes, that is the case. I'm not sure, but there are a lot of proponents of horseshoe theory who would say yes. That basically some of the worst alt-righters are basically right-wing SJWs.
Because at the end of the day, they both want the government to intervene because of their beliefs, and they want their beliefs pushed on everybody else.
So both are authoritarian, yes.
Exactly.
They're the antithesis of each other. Dude, that is the coolest fucking hat I've ever seen in my life. I keep looking at it. I'm like, that's so awesome.
This was my uncle's. He passed away like 12, 13 days ago.
That is fucking amazing. I'm going to buy one. I hope they're not expensive.
Friendship, Indiana. My uncle was in the black powder shooting and just in general.
Dude, that is fucking awesome. That hat and that, what is that? Is that a revolver? That's fucking
That's amazing. A revolver. That's a 44 Magnum.
Holy shit.
At one time, I believe the world's most powerful handgun, according to Dirty Harry. And in my, and I forget in all the action whether or not I shot 5 shots or 6. No, then I won't put this away.
And will blow your head clean off.
I need to go back and rewatch some of the Dirty Harry movies. There's a guy on YouTube, goes by the name Razor Fist, who basically did a review of all the Dirty Harry movies. The guy is very bombastic and fun to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
I highly recommend his stream if you ever get a chance to listen to it. Yeah, my uncle's in the black powder shooting, so some people get coonskin caps. He decided to get skunk skin caps. And the funny thing is, when he was in his late 40s, early 50s, he had a beard that, unlike mine, which is just gray all over the place, he had a beard that had 2 shots right down the middle of gray hair. So he looked like a skunk bit on the chin.
I'm getting grays in mine now too. I trimmed my beard recently because I went on a job interview, and like whenever you go somewhere, you're always kind of like, can I rock the full beard or should I kind of clean it up a bit? So I just cleaned it up a little bit, but it's like so much shorter than it was, and I feel like so ashamed of myself when I look in the mirror now.
I'm thinking about getting a job doing a Unix administration, so I figured I have to grow the beard out to have
get it down to your knees. They're like, you're hired.
No, I don't have a beard. I do Unix administration.
Right. Well,
I'm not sure what the female Unix administrator.
You're the outlier.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure that's like dwarves. I'm pretty sure people Unix admins grow beards also, like kind of like dwarves do in Tokens Fiction.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few that have beards, but I'm the outlier. Well, being the fact that I'm female and a Unix admin is an outlier in itself.
Yep.
Yeah, I found that one of my friends. I was trying to think what Stacey Banks' old title used to be. It used to be something like Evil Unix Girl or something like that. Oh, we have another person join us. Akashic Flow.
What's up?
How's it going?
It's going, just programming.
Now, we were talking about trolling earlier. What exactly is trolling? I keep seeing people refer to trolls as anybody who disagrees with them.
A troll is someone who thinks is deflating someone who thinks the internet is serious business. And the other definition I like is that trolling is embarrassing the power elite in the case of hacktivism, and it helps equal the playing field.
The second one I'm closer to. To me, trolling always meant essentially saying shit to people to get an emotional reaction.
Exactly.
You believe it, but you want to get an emotional reaction. Denise, go ahead.
That is exact. I mean, I'm not going to give my troll account, but I have a sock puppet account, which is strictly used for trolling people. and I have one that trolls the left and ones that I troll the conservatives on, depending on what kind of a mood I'm in that particular day. And it's strictly for amusement because these people they will go on personal attacks. It's hilarious.
The internet is serious business.
Yes.
Hey, trolling is an art on its own.
Yeah, it is true.
Personal amusement from shit talking.
Basically.
But you know what trolling is really good for? Like seeing, say if you're doing a pen test, seeing what the people you're dealing with before you go there. And trying to get to know them. Say if you find like their personal accounts.
That's not so much trolling as it is like cyber stalking or OS int.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yes.
that's recon.
Yeah. Well.
Well, speaking of which, have you seen that site? I'm trying to think. It's like Family Tree Now or something. It is pretty.
Shh, be quiet. Don't give away my secrets.
Oh shit. I'll find it.
Again? Second time.
Oh, did I talk about this last weekend? Didn't I?
No,
Week.
the week before that.
Oh yeah, this site. I'll share the link. You guys, but actually, let me share my screen real quick. Let me make sure I have nothing.
Take the porn down.
Put the porn down.
Adrian, I used your robots.txt file to teach about no
I have to keep replacing that with new shock sites from time to time.
Well, it's going to get me fired one day. So, getting weaved to talk at my university and showing my students is probably not going to end
You'll
well.
have to have goals, Bill.
This is a site where I keep various cool sites from like finding information on people.
Well, I need this.
Family Tree Now, you can find so much information on individual people in that. And Moose Roots. Moose Roots I've actually used on a legit job where we had to get a password reset field. The company had like a password reset where you could put in security questions and reset the password, no questions asked, other than, well,
nice.
That was dumb. A security question, of course. And the question was like, what is your eldest child's name? Well, using Moose Roots, I found it.
Yes.
And Family Tree Now is very similar.
It's pretty funny when you see on Facebook, like when people post those things like, "Oh, your first pet's name, the street you grew up on, and that'll
your first car."
Yeah, that'll be your anime name or something like that. And it's like,
that's how Sarah Palin got hit, because one of her security questions was, "Where'd you meet your husband?" In Sarah Palin's case, that was public knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized I'm wearing a shirt. Anyway.
At least you're wearing a shirt.
Well, I mean,
Thank God.
I think it's logos. Sorry.
Trying to get him to take it off earlier, and he wouldn't do it before your guy here.
Of InfoSec.
Bill, that has to wait till I'm in West Virginia next time. And you're standing on my bed watching over me.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. This is getting personal. Should we leave?
I don't know. Sometimes I like hallucinated. Like the figure was like the very first time I did aid, was it?
No, it wasn't the first time. It was probably the second or third time. It was aid. Anyway, it's like 6 a.m, and Adrian's like, "Bill," and he's got the sheets pulled up around his neck like an old lady. He's like, Bill, did you at the bottom of my bed?" And I'm like, "No, Adrian."
Like I saw this apparition or something that looked like Bill that was like standing over the foot of my bed.
It was actually me.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
He's a remote viewer. Be careful. He can hack you from far away.
That's right.
He can.
I'm in your
spirit
house
surf.
right now. What's in the refrigerator?
A bunch of semi-junk food. I need to get back in shape. I need to stop the drinking, stop the mead.
I doubt that's gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah, probably not. I've also, but well, I need to cut back on that. My mom, most of my family dies of heart disease, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm better shape than most of them. But the alcohol's not good for that. And also, my uncle ultimately he had heart problems, which maybe exacerbated, but he died of I think it was pancreatic cancer that spread to his liver.
Wow.
Oh, no.
By the time they caught it, it was like, well, we can't do shit about it.
Yep, it happens a lot in my family. We all go with cancer.
Dude, all you need is a TRX. Put it in your bag and take it everywhere.
TRX?
Yeah, that's what I use when I travel. It's like a resistant band, and you put it on the door. And it's a full gym, just 2 bands. You don't have to carry a lot of stuff.
Well, I saw Gal had one of those. Gal. How do you say Gal's last name?
That's a good question. You'll tell me, and we'll both know. I knew you were talking
on the
about.
fucking stream, we could find out.
Where's
By the way,
Amanda?
what do you think about trolling?
Answer.
Amanda, who knows? She retweeted this, so she knows it exists, but she might be taking care of her kids right now. I'm not sure.
She's got, she might be. Because we usually do, we haven't done a Reboot It this year. We need to do one soon. My podcast.
I'll join
It's all
you
about my
Join
podcast.
my cast.
Okay.
Can you call in your podcast too? Can somebody call in?
You can't, but it's, if you want to be there, heck, come on. Hell, I've had Weave on my podcast. Can't be worse than that.
Sweet.
Can you actually share that in the Twitter?
Yeah, the Reboot It podcast with Weave. Okay.
Not to go too
yeah, just your
on
podcast.
this.
Sorry.
Just those reasons to hate all candidates in the last election.
Yeah.
How much do you think social media really played into people's decisions? And let's say trolling, if not necessarily trolling, disinformation, actual information, just general weirdnesses of social media that led to the election that we had in November.
Currently doing academic research on it right now. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Obviously, it was Russia.
Next question.
No.
It was all Russia.
Wait, if you follow the companies who make these ads, since it's an ad-driven business, they just fucking exploited that to just make money on their ad revenues.
Absolutely.
And you can see it like once you like see when you see the revenues and you see like the most searchable things and the AdWords and all that stuff, it just comes down to the people who were running the ad campaigns just fucking went berserk.
I did see some of the most clickbaity, both left and right clickbaity shit on Twitter leading up to the election. And as far as all, what do they call it? False, fake news?
Fake news, yeah.
Alternative facts. Alternative facts, dude.
Alternative facts. Right, but that stuff's not new to social media, right?
No.
Yeah, that goes all the way back. I forget which presidential election. It was like way early, but one of the like Hamilton or something spread the rumors that his opponent was dead.
Yeah,
I remember hearing about that in school.
But also, like check this out. When I worked for the first Blair Witch Project that came out.
Okay.
Let's say I work with a team who like basically they built both sides. So they made a blog that was saying it was real, and then they made a blog saying that it wasn't real, but they were controlling it. Both blogs. So having that control alone, where you can manipulate where the main interest is, it's just so powerful that it was definitely. I'm trying to figure out if there was anybody out there with with the leftist and a rightist blog just fucking manipulating everything. I don't know if you guys know about anyone.
That's interesting.
But apparently my brother was actually watching the YouTube stream because he corrected me. Or he said he confirmed it was pancreatic cancer. Yeah. My brother was watching it. I'll be.
All right, let's put that in the family tree.
Well, it says me and Bedford left now. That's of that particular lineage. Shit. Vodka.
Man, you have to be careful with that shit. Do you know what's really good? If you get like fish oils or something like that, at least to like clean your fucking stuff.
Yeah,
that's even proven to like cut back on cancer. See, I'm not too worried about cancer in general. My uncle of my immediate like close line, he's the first one to die of cancer. I have a cousin who died of cancer. Most of my family, well, we're all big guys, right? All big women, except we have a tendency to die of heart disease.
Wow.
That's my family. We dropped dead early of like sudden cardiac death.
Yeah, my dad's side was the cancer side. My mom's side's the heart and blood pressure side.
I still get in the gym and I still do some running, but I just like booze and food too much.
It's all in your diet, man. Like,
trying to get my brother into the diet and food, but yeah,
it's all your diet and exercise. If you exercise, you're fine.
It's like 80% diet.
Yeah, abs are made in the kitchen, not in the gym, as they say.
I currently have a grandfather who's 96.
Shit.
And I don't think I want to live that long because the last year has not been fun.
I just want to make it to flying cars and fucking hoverboards, like real hoverboards.
I'm still waiting for flying cars. This is bullshit.
Yeah, me too.
They told me when I was a kid that I was going to have flying cars.
Dude, when they came out with these quote-unquote hoverboards that you see kids riding around on now, I get so fucking annoyed at that shit. That's not a hoverboard.
No.
That's not at all what it's supposed to be. That's
not Back in the Future, bitch.
exactly. You know,
Sorry.
bullshit.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, they have that Lexus board that uses liquid nitrogen, but you need a license for that.
They always make you have to get a license for all the fun stuff.
That's exactly what
It
I was.
uses liquid nitrogen to make like a superconductor that resists magnets.
Yeah, basically, it's a quantum lock. I used to use it for I used to do overclocking with some clients, and we used to do some hardcore overclocking with
The way you said
kinds of
client
stuff.
sounded super sketchy. Like, it's like an all black market thing. Like,
Not
oh,
the same
clients.
I used to with the
No,
RPN,
no. It's not a black market thing. It's just a friend that wanted me to work on it, and I didn't want to do it, so I charged them. So we qualified as a client. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I see this thing about hoverboard because that was the Back to the Future Part 2. That took place in 2015, was it?
Yeah.
Back to the Future 2?
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's Back to the Future
it's
too.
back
That
to-
was in
yeah.
20. Oh, I'm talking. I thought you meant the date that it was shot. I was like, what? No.
Oh, no.
When it was
1998.
released.
The future
J
set.
Fox would have been all over the place. Oh, that's fucked up. I'm gonna go to hell for that. I shouldn't have said that. That's wrong. Sorry, Michael.
Hell, you're not going to hell. You're gonna stay right here on Earth forever. Worse.
Oh man.
You know, being around long enough to see a hoverboard might not be that good if you're stuck on a hover round.
What are you using for a microphone? A tin can?
Who, me or?
Does it sound
Brian.
Oh yeah.
doesn't sound that bad. Yeah, it's my old work headset. I haven't.
He has a cup with a piezo part.
Yeah, now see if I can do something about that.
Get some bass.
Yeah. What's?
Yeah.
You keep
Yeah.
busting
Yeah,
out
you-
random guns, man. What's
I don't know. This is a muzzle loader from my uncle.
Somebody screenshot that and put freedom and tweet it to Trump.
Look, man, he looks like the Mountaineer. Are you going to WVU next year?
It's a very beautiful flintlock. I mean,
It looks nice.
oh,
From West Virginia. You went at the West Virginia, you get free beer.
free beer.
Oh yeah, you bring that musket and that hat. You'll be good to go.
You know what?
The next hack-
Not here.
Adrian, you should get a whole suit, get everything, and be act like a time traveler. Where am I? Hello?
You need a buckskin. Yeah, you need a buckskin suit.
Did you remember?
I'm sure my uncle has one. I just haven't found it yet. And he was when he passed away, he was a little smaller than me. But when he wore it, probably he was about my size, but like an inch or two shorter. So I might be able to wear it if I can
That
find
would
a
be
buckskin.
awesome.
I probably could wear it.
What's your WV? That would be more fitting than wearing it to Marshall.
Okay. Oh, Boris is making an appearance.
Oh shit. Sverdlik?
Yeah,
Where?
right here.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I haven't been trolled online for him for years.
Ill Will made those freaking things. All
Dude,
right,
what is that? Is that a butt plug?
Yes, it's a butt.
Yeah. Let me explain this.
I just turned and saw a butt plug in the shape of a man. I was like, what the fuck is this? What?
Ill Will
Apparently
is
somebody got excited.
Will's hilarious.
how do you pronounce Will's last name? Will Greveny?
Genovese.
Yes. All right, here's what happened. Jason Street was going around collecting faces of various hackers at HackerCons, scanning them in so people can make a chessboard.
Right.
And what Will did was he grabbed those 3D scans and started making butt plugs.
Yeah.
Awesome.
These are the kind of people we have in the community.
I was
pretty
really
great.
glad that there wasn't any scans of me.
We will never know.
No, I know what's out there. I've never. He's good about like making memes to troll my stuff on Facebook. So he's hilariously funny. He's a good dude.
So I thought about on one of my troll accounts doing a poll. How long will Trump last in office, just to see what the reaction will be?
Maybe you should talk to my students.
Dude, there's some people doing like a site that they're betting supposedly on when will Trump not be
Patty
around
power.
anymore.
There are some people who believe they'll get pissed off when he doesn't get his way and just resign.
So that's an interesting question or it's an interesting thought because I don't believe we've had all three branches controlled by a single party in over 100 years.
That's not true.
Okay,
I know
so
Lacey Green had a meltdown about that.
Who?
Yeah.
Lacey
Obama's
Green.
first 2 years was all them.
It's weird times right now.
dude, all I know
But
is
even SCOTUS we still had a balance for.
Well, theoretically, Supreme Court isn't political,
I
right?
don't know about Ed SCOTUS.
whatever. Tell that to the lobbyist.
Theoretically.
Yeah. So I apologize. I should have clarified. You're right. Theoretically, SCOTUS isn't political, but
The Steve Bannon, sounds like a name from a comic book.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen people say some really horrible things about him. And how do you put it this way? The people I actually believe on Steve Bannon would be there is a conservative Jewish dude named Ben Shapiro who basically doesn't like Steve Bannon. He used to work for him. Doesn't like Steve Bannon. Says he's not a white supremacist, but he is a European-style nationalist.
Oh, nice.
And unlike what one certain motherfucker in InfoSec said, nationalism does not necessarily equal racism.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask and what mood they're in.
Well, I'm not asking
True.
But Weave does a very good job of talking about what nationalism is. You know, he says that nationalism is not racist. You know, if you're Ethiopian and you believe your country is the best, you're going to keep all of the people who are not Ethiopian out of your country. So it's not a racist thing. That's
The Ethiopians
It's a
make a nice
Nazi
mead.
thing. That's all.
The Ethiopians make a nice mead called Tej. You should definitely try it. You get to go to Ethiopia.
I love you, buddy, and I drink a lot of wine. I cannot drink mead.
Can't drink mead?
If it's a Bordeaux, maybe I could drink it. But I'm
Maybe you had
kind
the
of-
wrong meads, man. Which meads did you try?
I'm with
Mark?
you, Bill.
I've tried all of your meads, and I just never. I'd much rather have a nice red wine. Maybe it's because it's a white. I don't like to drink whites. And
No, it's because of academia. Just kidding.
well, actually, what it is
Yeah.
this isn't as good as it should be.
Get the Brockway's when I go up to
I like a nice
B-side-
Merlot. How
You'd
about
laugh
no?
if you saw how I dress. I wear a bow tie every day too because I can get away with it in academia.
the last few times I've been to
great.
the Brockway's run B-sides Cleveland, and the last few times I've been up there, they always have some mead for me.
We stock up for you, absolutely.
I haven't been to
And
B-sides.
I will partake, but it just ends
Only
up
once.
not being my favorite.
Yeah.
You know?
Not for everybody, but I like it. And some meads are varying. Like there's some meads that people bring to my mead tasting at DerbyCon that are syrupy. Like I'm not a big fan of Viking blood. It's just too syrupy.
I just like the name.
It's just about perfect for me.
B-sides Cleveland was the first place I ever gave a talk in public.
Was it?
Oh wow.
Building an Information Security Awareness Program, which later turned into a book. I gave it with what's his name? Brandon Miller.
Yeah, that was 2011, right, Bill?
Who did you
Way
publish
back in
that one with,
2011.
Bill?
Yeah.
I wrote it with Valerie Thomas, and it came out with Singris.
Oh, I thought you hated
Sorry.
them.
I hate Singris. I do. They're assholes. I also worked on Google hacking with Johnny Long, and that revision was pure pain. I'll never write another book. I'll never write another book for Singris.
Why I was asked.
Troll them.
Well, they still send me royalty checks for now. I'll wait till that runs out. But I troll them all the time on social media. But
You call the secretary. This is Bill again. Yeah, I haven't called you. Hey, Bill, you called. Yeah, I'm sorry, forgot.
They tend to just publish anything, and then the stuff that they do publish, they edit errors into it, and we talk about. They got the screenshots of Google hacking and all kinds of fucked up because they fucked them up, and then they published it like that, and I thought Johnny was going to have a stroke, and it's never been fixed. We were just talking about it recently. He pinged me and was like, "Hey, has this ever been fixed?" I'm like, "No." And Singris has done something weird. Like all of their digital forensics titles have now been moved to another imprint of Singris. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
Oh,
Fake
Brian,
news.
on your headset. Did you ever announce yourself as far as what say hello or whatever?
Yeah, I spoke up earlier, and everyone, apparently my mic sounded like crap.
No, no, no.
Everyone attacked him. Everyone's like, your mic sounds like shit. Get the fuck out of here.
My MacBook Pro.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
Is it any better now, or is it?
It's great.
It's much
It
better.
doesn't sound bad to me.
Oh, okay,
Something better than me.
Okay, cool. Wasn't sure if that adjustment would work or not. So.
Brian, now you sound okay. We'll allow it for 5 minutes.
That adjustment, he unplugged and he plugged it back in again. That's
Exactly.
what he did. That's all.
No, I actually went through the set up your microphone, speak to the computer.
Sounds like a Windows problem.
Yeah.
So funny because when an end user like calls me because something's going on or whatever, I'm like, yeah, I need you to power cycle, and they're like, you mean turn it off and turn it on again? I'm like, yes, basically that's what I'm saying. Yes, that's a staple of IT.
It's like, no, unplug it and plug it back in. That's quick.
When I was looking at university, that was a
Make sure.
Yeah, same way.
Go ahead and invoice you $50 for that.
Yeah.
Walking you through that.
Adrian, I just realized the last episode of Reboot It, which is December the 2nd, you were on it.
Oh shit! I was in shit.
That's been a long time ago.
I don't know.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was in the mead that day. He's like, oh shit. I was there.
I barely remember it myself.
Uh-oh.
It's like a
Got another
lifetime
one.
ago. I've been into the Bordeaux.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. What's new about Bordeaux, man?
And the Bordeaux with the bow tie.
Hey.
You know what I think would make like a good pay-per-view thing? If we could set up like a debate between Weave and Trump, I would.
Oh my
love
God.
What's Trump? What are you talking about, man?
But just to have them go back and forth on just like random topics.
They are.
Well, Weave likes Trump, but I think because Weave thinks Trump is things that Trump is not necessarily.
Right.
And Trump
No, he
probably
likes Trump
distances
because-
himself from some of Weave's most radical things.
He realizes he's the first troll president. That's the reason he likes Trump.
Yeah. And you know what? Honestly, when he won, I was shocked. Like, I think
I was
everybody
too.
was, right? Like,
I still can't find anyone who voted for Trump. You ask people, they're like, I didn't vote for Trump. Well, who the fuck
I voted for
me?
Trump, so I'll be your first guy.
it was Russia.
Okay,
Russia
you and who else?
Russia hacked the election.
Did you cry?
No, I didn't cry. I had to go in my safe room and go coloring.
What pissed me off is as soon as he got into office, he's like, "Oh, we're not going to prosecute Hillary." It's like, what the fuck do you mean? That's the only reason a lot of people voted for you is that debate where he's like, "You'd be in jail." When he said that, dude, he won that debate.
He played his troll card.
Yeah.
Did anybody see the Joe,
recently?
anybody see the Joe Rogan episode with Scott Adams, the guy that
I heard about it.
that does Gilbert?
Yes, Scott Adams is
so
actually kind of interesting to listen to.
Scott Adams he's like a trained hypnotist by trade, and so his background is all about understanding like persuasive characteristics and things of that nature. And he did this whole analysis of pretty much each of the debates, the Republican debates, and then into the actual primary or versus Hillary debates. And was just like analytically breaking down this is the technique that basically won all these votes and all that. It was really, really fascinating.
Huh.
I watched that. I found it fascinating too because from nobody in polite society would vote for Trump.
Yep.
I mean, the things that he said. I mean, Gary Hart got knocked out of his political career was ended for far less. But yet Trump was celebrated.
Very true.
What was it he said? He's like, I could kill someone on Main Street and they'd
On
still
Fifth Avenue.
You could choose somebody on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that exact quote, everyone. But like, it's just I can't believe the stuff that he got away with. You know what I mean? Even still now, I'm surprised he's not impeached yet.
I think people know that he's a troll.
Right.
And they're amused by it. How many people are amused by this cluster of government we have currently?
I am
well,
not
I'm sure
amused by it.
I'm sure there are a lot of people who aren't amused.
I am mostly amused because I'm not particularly worried. I think we elected a clown. We didn't elect the next Hitler. All the people talk about it's literally Hitler. No, we elected someone who was a reality TV show person. Partly because look at the DNC leaks. They wanted him to be one of the main candidates because they figured he'd be the easiest for Hillary to defeat.
Well, they've always said
and they were wrong.
the Democrats always thought he would be the easiest to defeat.
Well, that's a good question, right? Do you think now, after this, do you think that the Democrats are kind of dead in the water for the next time around because people are going to be like, you know, okay, we can't vote for Dems because obviously they're fucked up. And is it also the same for the GOP now as well? Because I mean, Trump's kind of fucking shit up.
Well, I mean, let's lay this out, right? The biggest problem here. Let's talk root cause because we're InfoSec, right?
Yeah.
Biggest cause is that we only have two parties.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I voted Libertarian. Fuck it.
Yep. Yeah,
I did too. And Gary Johnson was a horrible.
He was not a good Libertarian candidate.
Oh my God.
It really wasn't that
Gary
good.
Johnson was not a good Libertarian candidate. I'll completely admit that.
But he wanted to
You're
legalize. But he wanted to legalize.
My demeanor is a better Libertarian candidate.
He had no temper.
Candidate right
He
here.
had no temper.
But root cause is we only have two parties. And if you go back to, you know, if you study behavioral like economics and all this other crap, you know, when you get down to only those two choices, it becomes your team. And if your team mentally, you know, your brain, if your team doesn't win, then it's, you know, it's the end of the world.
Yeah, I can see that, but I mean, I guess I voted for the less of two evils.
And it shouldn't have to be that way. You should be able to vote for, you know, who you want.
Exactly. You should be able to vote for Cthulhu, the ultimate evil.
The ultimate evil.
I come from a political science background, and basically all of the literature about the last 100 years just went out the window with this election, to the point where people don't know what to make of it.
Right.
If you look at trends and studies, etc., it's just. You know,
Well, early on, when I was taking those various polls, those online polls, who you support, Rand Paul was the person that came closest to me of all the people. I'm not sure how much.
Rand's problem this cycle was the fact that he tried to, even though he's the you know, the most rational and libertarian of all the candidates, he tried to kowtow to the moderate Republican vote, and in an election cycle that was completely anti-establishment. He completely misread it.
Yeah, see, I wonder. Now, I've heard people say, and I looked at the numbers, and I'm not sure I quite agree with the whole idea that the Democratic nomination was stolen from Bernie. However, I'd have to imagine if all the people who were still way to the left of me on Facebook, I didn't see anybody shilling for Hillary early on. I saw a lot of people shilling for Bernie, and I'm a little confused about how he didn't get the nomination. But maybe the left-wing people I follow on Facebook.
He wouldn't have gotten the nomination. He wouldn't have gotten the actual nomination. I don't. He
was a political outsider. Nobody who was established inside.
I was for Bernie.
I was for Bernie too. I think the people wanted Bernie, but the Democrat, like, you know, the establishment Democrat, like, oh, we're not gonna get all the money.
I'm thinking he would have done better against Trump than Hillary did.
Oh,
no, but wait.
You know what, dude? You could fucking put a fucking dog against Trump. He would have been better than Hillary. She was just too corrupt. She was too, and all the shit going on. I mean, you know, honestly, the whole narrative, like, oh, it was Russia. Fuck off.
Here's a thought. How about if they put Hillary on purpose so Trump would win instead of putting Trump against Hillary?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is this just a big chess game? Are we missing the big picture here? You know what I mean? Like, what are they trying to do in the background?
The Queen's Gambit, man.
Dude,
right. So from a conspiracy theory, the big picture is that Ryan picked Pence as the VP candidate, and they're waiting for Trump to completely
screw up,
totally immoral, and get impeached. So Pence is then president. That's the big conspiracy theory.
I kind of believe that a little bit. I have friends that are, you know, strict Republicans, and they were like, "Nah, we're gonna have Pence as president."
In the meantime, it's Steve Bannon in the Hall of Justice.
Does anybody listen to Dan Carlin's Common Sense?
No.
Fuck yes, I do.
It's a great, like, you know, current events podcast. But one of the things that he was talking about was that politically, elections should have a none of the above selection.
But they went all the time.
None of the above selection wins the vote, and irrespective of whether it's city, state, or federal, then there has to be a re-election. Like,
redo.
You don't get those candidates.
I believe that they do that in Arizona. He said right now. But yeah, I think that's a good idea because I mean nobody wanted to vote for these two fucking douche nozzles.
Right.
I gotta
But,
go.
but hasn't that been the case for like all elections in recent
Not really,
history?
dude.
I mean,
Obama was a smooth fucking talker. You know, like the people really voted for him. They bought that whole line.
There was a great video on Saturday Night Live. Like Saturday Night Live, I don't generally think it's funny, but they had one with Dave Chappelle on it, and I think maybe Chris Rock, and they were like, "Why isn't Hillary running? Oh, you replaced a 40-something-year-old smooth black man with a geriatric woman with I don't know corruption problems. What the fuck do you expect to happen?" Obama was actually smooth. People say I hate Obama. I haven't really said anything against Obama. I don't have a major problem with Obama, and I probably if someone explained to me, I might. But Obama was a much more charismatic person.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
He was the
had a
first
lot of
pimp at the
Talk
White
to y'all
House.
later.
Oh,
See you, Bill.
See, man. If I was gonna have a beer with somebody and you told me you have to have a beer with Obama or Hillary, I'm gonna have a beer with Obama.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't really care. I bet the beer's gonna be in a very nice place. I don't have to hear anything they have to say.
I would be worried that if I had a beer with Hillary, she would like fucking drug my drink, and then I'd wake up strapped to a table, and she's doing some ritual over me or some shit. That
I'll
woman
make
was
sure my
like,
beers are closed.
I really think that she's evil.
Pizzagate
man.
comes off to me as some really extreme paranoia shit. There's some creepy things that people.
There is some creepy shit there, dude. There is some really creepy shit. There.
Yeah. Like the symbolism, like the saying that this particular symbol for this restaurant is this pedophile symbol. I'm like, if you really read into it, but the artwork some of the protesters collected, that was some weird shit.
Oh yeah, that artist was definitely weird.
Yeah, fucked up in the head. Also,
And you know what's even more fucked up? Now he sold more art.
Yeah, and dude,
More
you know the
expensive.
Twitter, the Instagram of Elefantis was fucked. Did you see that shit, dude?
Yeah.
Like the kids taped to tables and shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on at this pizza place? You know?
A lot of naughty shit, apparently.
So while I think it's mostly paranoia, I can see why it took off. And where was it? There was a picture of the people who supposedly abducted Madeline Kahn. Was it? Who was it? And it looks like
Madeline McCain or something like that.
Not good. It was bad.
Yeah, but I have a question. Imagine if Aaron was still alive and still running Reddit. What would have happened if all this shit went out?
If who was?
Aaron.
Oh yeah, Aaron got fucked over, man. That was some bad shit.
You know what I mean? If Aaron was still alive running Reddit, what the fuck would have happened? He would have not put that shit down. He would have fucked that shit up.
Yeah.
He would have gone fucking berserk.
Yeah, my first I can't make a Huntsville this year, but my first Huntsville talk was about a few things about hacking in libraries because I used to work for a library, and Aaron was one of the talking points I brought up.
Hacking from libraries?
Well, hacking in libraries and how InfoSec is place with libraries because I'd recently left a job at a university library.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, if I recall correctly, I'm trying to remember how it was pushed. Okay, now I'm trying to remember who was actually the main people trying to push. The company that, like JSTOR and so forth, they weren't even the people pushing the shit against Aaron. It was the university itself.
Right. It was he was downloading the whole JSTOR category from catalog from MIT.
Yeah, he was like skipping wget and some shit. Some stuff like really nothing that should be. And the weirdest thing that got him on was like trespassing at the university because he like hid his laptop in someone's
in the
closet. Yeah, it was in the utility closet.
Yeah, he got Reddit out by a friend.
I thought they caught him
all
on
the documents
surveillance.
were all public.
No, they ratted him out. And
they charged for those documents. That's what he was doing. He was making them free.
Right. Yeah. But they were still public documents. It was all it was all funded by public funds, even though they were charging for it.
Wasn't it PESA? Wasn't it PESA.gov that he was like scraping from or something like that?
I've always JSTOR.
It was JSTOR that did
yeah.
him.
But even JSTOR wasn't the one to press shit against him, my understanding.
Yeah, no, it was MIT.
Yep.
That's nuts that MIT wanted to push it too, because MIT is like the birthplace of hackers and shit.
Exactly.
Like,
No, this is the thing. But you have to understand that MIT charges a lot of money. And
Yeah.
it's a business. You see it as a hacking. Like I went to MIT and it's fucking expensive to the point where you're like crying, fucking trying to grind money just to buy this book that's fucking $500. You know what I'm saying? And it's.
But then what happened after after his suicide, right? All those documents are now open and free.
Yeah, but it's just whoever was dealing his case was a fucking asshole. I think he found something he wasn't supposed to find in there, and that's why they were hiding something within that database that wasn't supposed to be found. And from there, since the MIT does a lot of work with CIA and the AMA with this like DIA and all that shit.
Yeah.
I think he found something he wasn't supposed to find. They couldn't find it, but they went through the process of getting all his shit.
Yeah.
And that's where everything gets very gray.
MIT has contracts with DAPA, right?
Yes.
No, MIT has contracts with anyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Like top scientists. Like there's labs there. You can't even fucking walk around it.
I figured it was just university admins being dicks, because in my personal experience, university admins are university dicks.
Yeah, I don't mind a conspiracy theory here and there, but I really think that it was just, they got pissed off that they were trying to charge for these documents, even though they should have been public sector open source documents.
Exactly.
And he just released them.
Yeah, follow the money trail.
I honestly think it was his defiance that pissed him off.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they make like the Aaron Act and stuff like that? Whatever they call it.
I believe so. I mean, I actually get very sad when anybody brings his name up. He died way too young, and he had so much more to give. So forgive me for getting like sad. I just get sad when somebody that brilliant dies. I mean, it was a waste. He was too young and suicide because of jail.
Well, I think it was more about. I mean, you have to understand that the Secret Service is it's a military engagement against a civilian. And if you see you see it as a military engagement, it's a psyops part of it. And then you have all the other things around that the resources they have, the things that they can do. I mean, could you imagine having a cup of coffee and there's already two guys there that are just staring at you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they fuck with your mind and your head, and they'll do everything that they can. I mean, it's just, you have to see it like a civilian has no tools to fight against a military attack unless he's trained or he has trained himself against it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you also have to take into consideration, right? The militarization of the actual police forces.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. You see it big time now.
It's not where it used to be protect and serve. It's not that anymore.
Yeah, I was listening to some stuff from Sargon Okada. He's a British commentator I mentioned before who is anti-identity politics but is kind of left-wing. He was talking about the U.S. military selling off surplus shit to American police forces. Then American police forces are handled entirely different than how UK does police forcing.
There's no guns in the UK.
That's not quite true. My understanding that all gun stores, there's shotguns, there's hunting rifles and such like that.
Yeah.
My sense is
lots of hunting rifles. Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, say if you want to have, say, an AR-15, I have a friend who does protective services. I mean, he had to pay around 20,000 euros for all the training and all the stuff that he needed.
Oh. Well, hell, if you got a Class 3 license in the United States, that gets expensive. If you want full auto. So I can't have an AR-15. I could go out right now with the money I have in my pocket and go, well, not in my pocket, but quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to conceal it now. Unless you have a concealed license permit.
I have a concealed carry for Indiana, yeah.
That's awesome.
I have one in Pennsylvania.
We're getting ours in Ohio.
What's the reciprocity like in Pennsylvania?
So we don't have reciprocity with Maryland.
Okay.
We have reciprocity with Virginia, but you have to cross states that you don't have reciprocity with.
Oh.
So you're kind of blocked in.
Yes and no. There is part of our Constitution. I forget exactly where it reads, but there's part of our Constitution that actually states that there's natural reciprocity for if a state allows something that the other states, even if they don't specifically allow that thing, should honor that state's action.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to be a legal resident of the state you're
Right.
doing that from.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't just be like, oh yeah, but I just moved to Florida.
Right.
But you're a legal resident in New York, so you're screwed. Yeah.
Not to mention, you have to have deep enough pockets to defend yourself once,
Not really. If you do your homework right, I mean, they're like, if you're part of like the NRA and stuff like that, they have lawyers that will help you depending on your case. I mean, if you're a freaking dumbass that fucking did something stupid, I doubt it, but if they can win it for sure, and you're on the side of the law, it should be fine.
Yeah, I guess it depends how deep of pockets you're going up against.
It's police officer. I doubt it.
Okay, so PA has reciprocity with Ohio, West Virginia, and Virginia. Delaware, no. Maryland, no. New Jersey and New York, no.
So you got to go to Ohio and then through West Virginia just to get to Virginia to use that.
Correct.
All right. Can you all name any British hackers you know on Twitter? I'm trying to find information about hacker gun law. I'm sorry, UK gun laws.
I may. There's one guy, but he's a bit of a dick.
That's the theme of tonight.
Just call the embassy. They have all kinds of pamphlets for that. They'll be like, yeah, pamphlet 45A7. Yeah. There's a PDF and there's a 45A9.
I have to say they're very polite.
The British?
Yes.
But they're still dicks.
But they're polite about it though. It might be their accent that
I've also found that if someone's Australian, they can call you a cunt and make it sound charming.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. They commonly use that. I've always worked for international companies, and there was an Australian guy, and we were working on this project, and he was like, "You're such a cunt," and the whole room went silent.
Well, that makes myself like bloody. Here in the United States, if we say bloody, we're making fun of British people. But my saying bloody is actually more offensive in Great Britain than it is here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really? Why is that? Give me this knowledge.
Well, bloody is referencing, I want to say menstruation or something. I don't totally understand it. My understanding is bloody.
Like bloody hell.
Yeah, exactly. That's like knock you up. That means wake you up in the morning. Where here it means you got somebody pregnant.
Yeah, they also smoke fags, remember?
Oh,
that's
yeah,
right.
that's true.
And on that note, actually, I'm going to bounce, kids. So, Adrian, it was great talking to you, everybody on the call.
Thanks for coming on, Rocky.
Yeah.
B-Sides Cleveland. June 23rd and 24th.
I plan to record there.
Are you guys still taking papers?
Yeah, we just actually opened the CFP and CFT. Tickets are available also. So
I will be there to record unless someone dies.
Perfect.
So I'm probably gonna start a blog. I do a lot of like Kaylee Linux stuff.
See you, man.
Take care. Ciao.
And I gotta stop being lazy and actually put up a blog because I do a lot of like ethical hacking using Rainbow Crack and cracking databases with SQL injections. So I don't know if you bug me enough on Twitter one weekend since it's the winter, I'll actually put that up. I've written some papers as well.
Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah, it'll walk you through how to get into the back end through a website, like through the public website.
Do you have anything on like popping Core OS servers by any chance?
Yes, I do. Using buffer overflows. Basically smashing the stack for fun and profit. The one that's out there is outdated because it's years old. But how to actually deliver a payload to actually smash it and then gain root into the server.
So you even you go through etcd and then you hit the container and then you go and you escalate from there.
Yeah, yeah. Or you could once again dump a payload through it and cause it to seg fault.
All right. If you give me a link, I'll look at it.
Yeah, if anybody's interested, I can post a link on Twitter.
Like I know like CoreOS. Do you know CoreOS, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just wondering.
I thought Core OS, like everything is segmented, like everything's
Exactly,
segregated.
exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So I'm not sure. I mean, you could pop like Apache, or
Exactly.
but you're not going
You
to be.
mean the underlying? Okay, I know what you mean. The underlying core OS. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking Linux.
No, this is Fedora based.
Yeah, Core OS
So-
is Linux, but everything's just segregated. Like it's built. Of course, that and Cube's OS, I believe, uses the same model.
Yep. Well,
So it's
not wait. The only difference about Docker and Cube's OS is within Cube's OS you use like independent kernels, so you can have like a
Yeah.
Debian and Fedora. Because I use Cubes for penetration testing and everything. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And CoreOS uses the same kernel and then just gives it what it needs. Dependencies.
So then I guess that would work. You could pop like through the kernel if the kernel is going to be the same for everything, right?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out is how, because there's ways where you like basically security by isolation where you can isolate the container. So basically all the front ends, all the world on the internet, they get every time they hit that the website, all they get, and all you send is API calls back to your stuff. So it's not like you're sending commands through it, and you can filter out all those things with Bro IDS, which I do, which I filter anything that has nothing to do with the attacks, and you can even like say take that and just spawn a container, but it's a honeypot, and go from there and see what your attacker's trying to do.
Yeah.
Dennis, I'm sorry. Mead.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh no!
I like how you explain that.
You're still 12, right? You said you go post some research shortly.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Right.
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. I'm here. I'm looking.
Yeah, and I did it on a now I use a Debian backend. I use Debian for my penetration testing.
Okay, so using Kali or something?
Yeah, I'm using Kali. Yeah.
What are there any security distros based on Cube or Core?
Yeah, basically what you do with CubeOS, what I do, I prefer to use Arch Linux.
Dude, I love Arch.
So basically, what you do is you take a Debian container, then you basically put all the Kali repos in there, and that's it. And then you build it. What I have is.
So what do you use, like Catalan?
Yeah, you can use Catalan, exactly. You can use that, or what I prefer to do is I just build an Arch container, an Arch kernel from scratch, and then I do Black Arch, and then I can sync everything in there, so I don't have to be updating stuff or worrying about stuff.
Did Arch Assault is discontinued? Because I liked Arch Assault better than Black Arch.
Okay, question. Going back to old school things though, Kali, I've been using it for a long time. You cannot apt-get disk upgrade reliably anymore without things getting all this fucked up.
Agreed.
Yeah. But this is the thing. The thing with Kali Linux, you didn't. Well, I guess everybody's gonna hear this. Is you have to understand that Kali Linux, even though it's a distro out there, they make it where script kiddies can't go forward.
Yeah, they try to. Yeah.
So that's what I'm seeing recently. Is they have. You basically need to know what you're doing. So when you go up there, you basically can change certain things within it. Like not have it like auto connect or auto boot up network manager or auto ping stuff everywhere.
Right.
You even have to modify the repo thing before you can actually do this upgrade and shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. You have to do some scripting too.
Yeah, what I recommend people doing is getting Cube's OS. Then you can run the ISO from Cube's OS or make your own template. And I have a template that's just for wireless. I have a template for each part of the penetration test, basically information gathering, and I got my everything. And I even got like a mini Alpine Linux ISO where I just do SSH with from my computer. And then I go through a VPN, which you can make your own with Cubes OS, you can make, say, you can have different firewalls, independent firewalls and gateways to go out through. So you can go through Tor, or you can do like, say, have 3 VPNs go through each other and then go out through Tor, or go VPN, Tor, VPN, depending what you want to do.
Depending on the legality of what you want to do.
Well, I mean, it's not about legal or not. I mean, this is the thing. You can't catch a thief if you don't think like one. So
yeah,
you have to know, like, basically, if you take a piece of paper and you got on one side you got the white hat, the other side you got the black hat, and you put them together to go full circle. You know, it's all the same thing. It's just a matter of the ethics behind it. And people have this thing like, oh, well, what are you trying to do? You're trying to hack this and that. You're trying to do all these illegal techniques. I'm like, no, this is how people fucking do it. It's been happening since the 90s. I'm not trying to do anything illegal. I gotta know how to do it. So when I'm doing forensics on the system, or I'm doing IR, incident response, on my client, I gotta know what's happening. If I haven't done it, I'm gonna be lost.
I think I probably need to do a part. I can't remember what number I'm up to. Probably a part 3 on dropping docs on darknets, where I talk about de-anonymizing people on various darknets. And most of it's not actual protocol problems with the darknets themselves. It's just people letting shit out there that they shouldn't.
OPSEC.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty sad. Like, this is the thing also. Like I like I2P.
Yes.
A lot more than
I like
Tor.
I2P as well.
And people are like, "Oh, but I2P doesn't have the same thing Tor has." I'm like, "Dumbass, it's the same thing. It's just how you're running the data
very
around."
Similar, just to get the amount of academic research, though. Like back in 2011, I did some academic research on it, and I de-anonymized some people because they had the same. They had port 80 on the actual public internet IP listening as they did the internal I2P IP listening, or the internal I2P address listening.
Yeah.
So I was able to de-anonymize some people that way. But it's still, I don't think I2P has got the academic research behind it that Tor does.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the government funding.
Well, yeah, remember, like Tor was created by the Navy, so
Right.
and
But
DARPA. So.
like 80% of exit nodes are owned by the government as well. So
Oh yeah,
I'd say
no.
that's risky if you're gonna do anything. You know.
No, and check this out. So remember, if you own the exit node, you own the data of whoever's going
That's
through,
right.
Exactly.
So you can actually take Core OS and you can make your Tor nodes and think Core OS. And let's say you're trying to capture this hacker trying to go through whatever your system. Of course, you're not going to everybody. You're just doing the people going through your system through Tor, or you're trying to find this say illegal, this black hat. So you ping his fucking blog or forum to see what comes back. You can literally take that information, that user coming back, change the DNS within it, and you can own all 3 parts of the connection.
I'd like to see a write up on that.
You can, there's stuff out there. You can DNS poison the shit out of it, and you can basically hijack all 3 parts of the handshake. And even possibly, like, for that second, you can send him something, say like not a beef hook, please, not make your own hook. Have the hook go over there, and then come back to you, whatever you through your exit node. So there's no weird things going on. If the person knows what he's doing, he can take over your shit. The 0 day. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of stuff out there with Core OS. I mean, I want to write a book, probably, like how to hack with Core OS. It's just amazing. You know, you can get a Core OS server up in DigitalOcean for $5 a month, and you can just run the Kali Docker thing and then do whatever you want.
So has anybody worked with Pact Publishing?
I tried, but nothing happened.
I can't say I have, no.
Okay, because they approached me, and I was just wondering if anybody had experience with them.
And what are you writing the book on?
Hacking Kali Linux. I did some technical review for them.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, I never heard anything bad about them.
And I have a few of their books, and they look like they're edited well. I mean, as well as a technical book to be edited.
Yeah, but it's like I've never gone through the process of writing a book. I've done like, basically reviews for friends, and I just read the book for them and find typos and stuff like that. When I've asked them questions, so how hard is it? They tell them it depends on your editor and your publisher, because they'll probably put you on a deadline.
Yes.
Sometimes they pay you, say, $3,000 up front, but you have to finish the book in 3 months, type of thing, contract based. And if you don't meet the point of your contract, you have to pay back the money, something like that, or you get kind of like you were late for this, so you kind of get fined,
right,
in a sense. And then you won't make any more money until the $3,000 are covered in sales, and then you start making revenue from it.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's the same way, but I guess like any contract, read the small print.
Right.
When it comes to that.
I mean, I'm going through like legalities with my employer, because you have to make sure that it's not conflict of interest. I'm going through that right now.
No, it shouldn't be conflict of interest unless your company publishes books.
They do.
Then, yeah.
Well, they do publications. So
but
that
do they publish books, like full-on books? Same market?
No, I don't think so.
Then no, you can definitely fight that. If anything, you're like, it's not the same market. I'm not competing with you against you.
The legal was more concerned about technology as far as intellectual property.
Who do you work for, if you can say?
I work for Oracle.
Oh no, you're about to be without a job soon.
Doing okay.
Yeah,
Oracle.
They've got their hands in a lot of cookie jars or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But much like, even if let's say people started to not adopt them new, there would at least be those with legacy stuff. It'd be like Novell. There's still Novell shit out there.
Yeah, plus like Java's just not going anywhere, no matter what anybody says, dude. It's not.
How much we wish, but Java.
Yeah.
Hey, don't leave it where it is. I still like to pop boxes.
So is anybody on Blind? If anybody works for like a technical company, there's an app called Blind, and all they do is just verify that you work for this particular company. And I was on there, and I was surprised to see that there was Oracle layoffs, because I didn't hear anything about that. But
well, Mark Hurd's still over there. That should have been a pretty big red flag.
Well, they are, but my group is actually hiring. I mean, we are understaffed.
Oh wow. Well, this is the thing. Also, like, I got approached by a gentleman of Oracle like 6 months ago, and your contract's pretty hardcore, man.
Yeah, it is.
like it's no joke. It's no joke. Like it's pretty, like they can Oracle could literally, if they think of you being a whatever, depending on where you work on, the division you're working on, if they feel like you have violated the contract, they can investigate you and where you live and stuff, and you agree to that.
That's crazy.
Yes.
It's fucking insane. Like literally, you're literally saying, yeah, you can come into my house unnoticed, even though I'm not there, and you can go through my shit.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Well, if you got to remember, Oracle went through Microsoft's trash. What does that tell you?
Wow.
I know.
What do you mean by that exactly? I'm not following.
So when Microsoft was going through the antitrust, and they were fighting the big antitrust issues, Oracle actually went through Microsoft's trash to find dirt on them.
Wow.
Oh, they went dumpster diving?
Yeah.
They went dumpster diving.
I'm sure they found a lot of good stuff
man.
too.
I gotta tell you something. Back in the 90s, I used to go dumpster diving with friends, and we used to sell manuals through BBSs. It was fun. But now you get in a lot of trouble for dumpster diving.
Yeah.
It's like super trespassing and shit.
Yeah, you just gotta pretend to be homeless. Like if you get caught, just urinate all over yourself and just.
I'm making a pit of where you're dumpster diving. I had a buddy who he was an illegal immigrant who was living with me. Illegal to Denmark, not to the United States. He got exiled from Denmark, came to live with me for a while. He was dumpster diving at groceries here in New Albany, Indiana for quite a while. And he brought home a lot of shit.
Wow. From a grocery store?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Aldi's and Kroger's and shit like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because if it says expired, they can't sell it anymore. So
Right.
say if you find something that has an expiring date, I think is if it's about to expire in 2 weeks, you can go to the cash register and get it for free.
He was a good guy. I don't totally understand him though, man. He didn't have the work ethic for working a real job,
Yeah.
but he had a work ethic for going out and doing his training and doing garbage driving. Like the dude was like 45.
Wow.
He looked like he was 28 though.
Wow.
Dude was buff as fuck.
He's
And
on that.
I outweigh him by 100 pounds. I would
Yeah.
not fight the man.
Wow, that's
That's why he stayed there, Adrian. You
Yeah.
can't kick him out.
But yeah, he eventually
I'm
moved to
afraid.
Korea. But you know, he just had a weird different lifestyle. But he got good at garbage diving, and he was able to bring home a lot of. If you know where to garbage dive, if you want to do the whole, I heard the term freegan before. People who
Yep.
live free off
Yep.
the land and off of garbage and so forth.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah. I guess it's a good diet.
I'm
Oh my
embarrassed
God.
to admit this, but I'll admit it. I trash picked. I have a formal living room, and I trash picked the tables because I love the style of them, but they weren't they were dinged up and stuff. So I put them in my basement, stripped them down, and refinished. When people come to my house, you know, and if they go through my, you know, if you go to the right, you can go into my formal living room. People are like, "Oh my gosh, where did you get these tables? They're beautiful." I don't remember
Oh.
what store. I actually picked them out of the trash and refinished them.
Oh man, Tara posted some Tara. I'm trying to remember Tara's other last name. Damn it, Tara is what she got is on Twitter. She posted some beautiful tables that someone had that was made out of cherry wood, but they couldn't sell them, or they didn't bother to sell them, or try to get someone to take them, and they just like cut them up so the garbage could take them. And I was looking at it, I was like, damn, that makes some good lock blocks because cherry wood's some pretty shit.
Yeah.
Oh no, like I know there's people that like they flip stuff like crazy. They go when there's garbage day, they go with their car and they go around all the houses, see what people are throwing out, and they flip stuff. I saw a guy online, he flipped this old school like 1800s table he found on the side of the road for like $2,000.
See, I did my kitchen cabinets, and people came and they're like, "Oh, I love your kitchen remodel," and you know, because I did it like a mahogany. I cracked the grain and all. Brought them down to bare wood, but it's like maple. It's builder maple. It's like the next step up from like the basic builder. So they're solid wood. And I stripped them down and did like a reddish brown mahogany on them, and they look like they are high end. And I'm like, no, I just bought the stain myself. I mean, it took a lot of work, but I wasn't paying like $15,000, $20,000 to have cabinets replaced in my kitchen. So then I waited, and then I think it was like I waited for like a sale on slab of granite, and I paid like $1,200 for all of the countertops.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so
I have an end table I'm trying to refinish a little bit, and I think I finally ground out. It used to work. Apparently, my mom and my uncle, I'm bringing them up again. Shit. They helped finish my first apartment 15 years ago, and there was this end table or coffee table I still have from them. I went in and refinished because it was at a hotel or something, and someone had carved various dirty woods into it, and I think I finally buffed most of that out. Then put some linseed oil on it. I actually bought a bunch of stuff from my garage for woodworking just so I could do lockpick shit.
Oh, lockpicking's fun.
I love lockpicking.
We can see it in your picture.
I learned how to lockpick very well. I taught my dog how to lock doors because I thought it was like a cool parlor trick.
So what?
Then your dog blocked you out, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Saw that coming.
Yes, he did.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
I have a buddy who's working on you know the Hibbins? Have you heard of a guy named Gil Hibben?
Nope.
He designed like the Rambo knives. His brother, who I don't remember the name of, his son is a friend of mine, and he's working on doing some lock picks for me, but they're gonna be made out of Damascus steel. You hear what Damascus steel is, right?
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but I don't really understand the attraction of the Damascus.
It's just so fucking pretty.
No, yeah, but I mean,
Dude.
yeah, I mean, I bought a sword that was like 400 folds of Damascus, and it's a piece of crap compared to some other,
It's all right. Granted, it's not practical, but that's just so pretty. Imagine
Okay, so just purely an aesthetic thing with the Damascus. Okay,
Yeah,
that I can go with. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, but the way it's marketed in a lot of these like, cheesy Bud K knife catalogs and stuff.
But
yeah,
it is very pretty.
Well, what I've been told is that if it's done right, it is very durable because of whatever they add to it.
Yeah, but for lock picks, it probably isn't that great an idea because you do have a bit of a serration between each type of metal, so it comes a little bit spiral-like, and you got to be careful how you etch it. So
you could probably make a case out of it, a Damascus case for your lock picks.
a steel case, I don't know if it'd be as practical as leather.
I have
I have a lot of
like
lock picks. That makes me sad. I won't be. I can't make Alabama this year, but those luckily people go show up to do lockpicks village for me.
I want to ask you guys something. I heard about these lobbyists in DC that are trying to make pen testers get licensed and cybersecurity experts.
I don't know about that. I know a friend of mine who had to deal with licensing to be a PI to be able to do computer for.
No, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Like they're claiming it's. Like
I haven't heard about pen testing yet, though.
Yeah, I have a friend who's a lobbyist in DC, and he was asking me questions about it.
I know Scott Moulton had that problem because he's a forensics expert. He does hard drive recovery and recovery of evidence and shit. And for a short time, he had a problem because he was doing some kind of testimony, and it was like, well, you have to be a private investigator to do this shit. I'd heard about that for forensics investigators. I had not heard that about pen testers. That would be a pain in the ass.
No, I just heard that somebody's trying to push that because apparently they're claiming that there's a lot of rogue security people calling themselves security experts when they're not.
Who the hell's going to meter that? I understand there's also people who do the same thing for locksmiths. And I understand there's probably also some legitimately rogue locksmiths out there. But, I'm not sure I'm big in the idea of more government regulation for who's a security expert and who's not.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering because I was like, what? They're gonna do what? We're gonna fight this because that's not happening. So we're gonna put more script kiddies behind fucking infrastructure? No way.
By the way, folks, look at the Twitter stream. You may have to mute yourself. Well, you mute your YouTube stream. But people are asking various questions inside of the YouTube stream.
Okay.
We only got 9 watching right now. But some of the last casts have made like 400 people watch. I have no idea why, because this is basically verbal shit posting.
Because we're awesome.
Oh, well, that's a good reason.
We know our shit. We're not scared.
You all know I do this essentially every Wednesday. I start the stream up about 6:45, and then we actually start streaming it out to the YouTube on 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I had a question on that. Is there? I mean, ties into something else. Might be a longer story, but where can I get the link to join the Hangouts part? Without having to ask for it.
On my Twitter, and once I have it started, I will post it in the same YouTube stream.
You should put it also on the YouTube description.
Can I do that while it's editing? I need to look into that.
Yeah, you can.
That's not a bad idea, but I need to look into that.
Okay.
But I definitely tweet it out, and then I also tweet it out to the YouTube stream. So if you subscribe to me on YouTube and you get notifications, you should see it.
Please.
Okay, I guess I just asked early. As far as Twitter, that's one thing I noticed in this conversation, especially earlier on with the political aspect. I've got a vastly different perspective on an awful lot of things. And I think a lot of it's because I don't do Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not buried in the media. And yeah, it was interesting to me just how different the perspectives were on a lot of the people in here that were taking things as givens. Yeah, and I was also taking them as givens, but on the opposite side. It was just interesting. So without the Twitter feed, I guess I'll just wait until you.
Well, it's
pop
really
it into
on
YouTube.
social media to create an echo chamber of just people who agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, I can't look at Facebook for too often before it's just the face tards are just too overwhelming, and I can't handle it. I can't stand it.
I would say I'm slightly right leaning, at least slightly, depending on who you ask. And I go to some right leaning websites, and I'm like looking at the advertisers and so forth. And I'm like, oh, this is some serious clickbait bullshit.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is so fucking ridiculous. It's crazy. I don't have a Fed book anymore. I mean Facebook.
That book, you talking about Fed Life?
I'm not talking about Facebook. I call it Fed book. It's just I mean, it's great for profiling individuals, and it's great for that. I mean, or for like doing a business, but as a personal thing, I mean, it's just scary. Have you seen the EULA?
Yeah.
Have you guys read the EULA on Facebook?
Yeah.
You cannot
for a while.
That's the reason I'm not on LinkedIn.
You cannot make another social media platform that competes with them if you have a Facebook for like 10 years or something like that.
Oh shit.
Have you guys read that? Like,
yes.
Basically, you can't like that. I don't have one. I haven't had one forever.
Has it been 10 years?
It's been 10 years.
Do you guys remember the Diaspora, that the guy suicided himself just on the day before it was supposed to be released?
What?
Do you not remember it? It was a distributed social network, and the day it was supposed to be released, I think the guy was found. Yeah.
Oh wow.
But yeah, let me get you a link. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's just crazy, but I think we should make an open source social media platform that is owned by the people, not by a company. And people get to vote for changes and stuff like that.
But Russia will hack them.
Well, fuck Russia. I got better toys than Russia.
Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of funny with the Russian hack the election stuff. First time I heard that, I'm like, if that were the case, wouldn't they rather have somebody that shared their ideals like Hillary in? I mean,
right. I'm not a huge Trump fanboy, but at the same time, the people keep bringing up, Russia hacked the election. Okay, the only evidence you have of all, well, you haven't showed us. Second of all, the only things they seem to have leaked that you've shown us is truth about the DNC. That you're not convincing me, motherfucker.
Adrian, all you have to tell them is, oh, but Russia hacked the election. Have you read their report? No. Well, once you read their report, come back and we'll have the discussion. Not gonna waste my time with you
Facebook
right now.
said.
Yeah.
I didn't vote either one of these motherfuckers. I voted for Johnson because I was like a dumbass on foreign policy who just wants to smoke pot and get us out of shit. I'm okay with that.
See, but he blew it when Chris Matthews asked him what foreign leader.
Yeah, that was really bad. I'll admit that was bad.
I was embarrassed for him, and he didn't know where Aleppo was.
But I will still say he was the best candidate even after that.
I mean, I'm with him because of the pot thing. I mean,
how much meat have you had today, Adrian?
A lot.
Okay.
Okay.
Just going back.
I won't go forward. It's okay. Say whatever you like.
Yeah, just
continue.
I have more meat left to go. This podcast has to go for 3 hours at least.
Just going back to the social network thing, Diaspora, which is spelled DIASPORA, is a decentralized social network that runs over Tor. and it's available on GitHub. So if you guys want to check it out, you can go and have a look. But yeah, it's got the right intentions. There's just not enough people using it, running servers, or you know, Facebook's just too easy. It's too easy for the older generation that don't understand the technology. Maybe we'll have a shift in, say, 20 years' time when the next generation comes in and that they want different things on social media.
How do you spell this? Via support.
DIAS.
Oh,
PORA.
You probably need to have a little blurb on Candy Crush. Log in with your Diaspora account. Yeah.
Alternative sites I've seen.
No.
All right, this is some of the mead.
What the heck is that?
Mead, and I just finished the vodka.
Are you sure that's not pee?
That's not what?
Are you drinking your pee?
It's not my pee.
How sweet is mead, Adrian?
Was that now?
How sweet is it? Is it a really sweet drink?
This Camelot mead is pretty sweet. I have some stuff brewing in my own down in one of my cabinets. It's pretty dry. I'm probably gonna have to back sweeten it. But this Camelot mead from Oliver Winery is fairly sweet.
Home brewing, man. Have you had much success with your home brewing?
I've had mixed results, man. I've had some shit that came out syrupy and too sweet, and I've had other stuff that come up too dry. The current batch is too dry. I'll probably be serving it up at Show Me Con in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And from your accent, I don't think you're going to be at St. Louis probably, but
no, not this time, man.
But I need to go to some British cons. I hear good things about, like, what is it? B-Sides London and Steel Con.
I've talked to a guy who used to run an old hacker con called BrumCon from back in the 80s, or, you know, basically a long time ago. And he's a bit out of touch with the old hacking thing at the moment. He's more into his radios and ham and you know, RF stuff. So
I got a ham license and I haven't done shit with it.
Same.
Oh no.
Exactly the same.
I let mine expire, actually.
Hey, we should just stream what we're doing right now through it.
This is my dagger.
There's so many rules, so many little teeny rules to do with radio. You're not allowed to do it for commercial, political
and it varies,
purposes.
It varies from country to country, right?
What's that?
Well, I read into some of the laws in ham in the United States. I have no idea what ham is like in Great Britain.
I think we basically follow the same rules because it's almost an international standard.
Oh, and did you join because I tweeted about Great Britain and gun laws?
No, I just saw your tweet about the Hangout.
All right, I did tweet about that later on, though. What is the Great Britain gun laws? Because my understanding is they're actually all gun laws. They're all gun stores in Great Britain, but it's like shotguns and rifles and hunting stuff.
Yeah.
No handguns. What's the deal in Great Britain as far as if you want various handguns, what can you and can you not get?
They banned handguns a long time ago after there was a thing.
Bastards.
There was a thing called the there's a thing called, you're right though, because only the criminals have the guns now. So you know, it's a bit of a it's not a good situation. But
do you mean police officers too have guns or no?
They have a special division, don't they? Special armed divisions.
The police do carry guns in England, yes.
Even the rare ones?
No, not all of them. We have specific units for like armed response or anything that would require something like that.
What kind of how are the laws around like what can you get away with as far as making your own?
I'm pretty sure it's the same worldwide.
It's not Montana, friend.
Yeah.
well, no. I mean, in the U.S., you can legally build an AK if you buy a 80%. That's not the fire. And then you just mill out the rest. And I mean, you can't sell them, but for personal use, it's 100% legal to.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Even with a criminal record, or you have to?
Well, no. You still have to meet the qualifications of your state and country. But it is legal to build one if you could otherwise buy one. And so I was just wondering what, if anything, was over in the UK as far as building.
3D print it.
Yeah, I've got a friend who works as a gunsmith. So he's kind of like building. He makes guns for people in Dubai. So he measures them up. He finds out what kind of engraving and designs that you want on the shotgun, and then he builds them. So he'd be the person to ask regarding the old shotguns and homemade weapons. I could always ask him.
I have so many Browning automatics.
I love guns. I mean, when I was a kid, we used to go to France a lot, and there's a very, very strong hunting thing over there. But I lost a friend due to a gun accident. So since since that happened, it's kind of put me off the whole, shooting gun area kind of thing.
My uncle, who passed away recently, he was big into guns, and I am now armed as fuck. They were a guy who lived on the border of Indiana and Kentucky, who basically lived with his mom most of his life, and didn't have anything else to do with his money but invest and spend on guns. I am armed as fucked, but it's mostly, well, very few new stuff, mostly World War II shit before. But damn, I can skeet like a motherfucker.
Adrian, would you like me to share the hangout with 2600? See if I can get a couple of those guys on.
Yeah. Let them join.
Okay, bear with me a second.
Oh, that's right. 2600 is Friday, people. You all going to yours?
I consider this the memorial stream for my mom and my uncle.
Okay, it shall be that. Sorry to hear that, friend.
Well, it shit happens. I mean,
condolences at least.
Thank you. Uncle, it was pancreatic cancer that spread to his fucking liver, and he died. And my mom, I think she kind of gave up, and it was some kidney issues that made her heart worse, and then she passed away. Most of my family dies of heart disease, so...
Hey, just remember, you don't die, you evolve. Right?
My hope is to live long enough to where I can do transhumanism.
There you go, you evolve.
I will be forever. I will be the Matrix, motherfuckers.
Bro, you already were. We all might have already been. We're just kind of taking a break from it and seeing what it's like.
I've heard people argue about all human life, even now, is existing in a matrix.
Yeah, for variants on that.
Well, all I gotta say is, don't let that bullshit take over your life.
Well,
stay in the now.
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that, I don't know, I go out with a bang. I make the news somehow, not in a bad way, but
I make the news thing makes me worried. I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
Denise.
Sorry, Denise. I make the news makes me worried because I'm like, hey, I want to be the next school shooter who makes the news.
See, now I wanted to clarify, not for doing something like that.
I'll let you clarify.
Yeah, let me clarify. Not for doing anything like
you have the stage, young lady.
Okay,
actually, could you please give an example of going out with a bang in a nonviolent way? I'm sure there are.
Hacking all the things, ransomware everywhere.
I electrocuted myself in the garage. My master's degree is in electrical and computer engineering. Choking on an Oreo.
Did you lick a capacitor?
Okay, my brother had to give me.
What the fuck is all this?
My brother gave me stats on my mom's death, and I think I will go actually reciting them. But thanks, bro, for letting me know the details. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Go ahead and continue.
Oh, we actually, I was at a party and me and these three other guys were sitting there and we were talking about if you had to, the three worst ways to die: drowning, burning, burning to death, and I forget what the other one was.
Burning, it sounds worse than drowning.
I agree.
Drowning is pretty bad. I'd rather die of suffocation. like you don't still have enough oxygen in the atmosphere, and you pass out. That sounds like the best way.
How about freezing, where you just go to sleep?
Oh no! Do you know that somebody was brought back, right?
What?
Yeah, there was this girl that was walking to her friend's house because her car broke down. She froze outside, and then she completely came back, full recovery. No frostbite, no anything.
Wow.
So it's possible to freeze yourself and come back.
I saw that article too on the Onion.
No, this is real. This is real.
Actually,
man,
I saw it.
There's only like 2 cases in the world that's happened.
That's crazy.
I saw something along those lines the other day watching an old. I think it was. I don't know. It was one of the aircraft investigation, series films, and there was an incident where the cockpit window of a commercial airliner blew out at like 37,000 feet, and the pilot was sucked out the window, but his feet caught the the throttle and the yoke, and
His feet were like hell kick.
He basically throttled up, nose down, while he was hanging halfway out the airplane. And long story short, they got the plane down, and the guy, that captain, actually survived. He was probably only conscious for half a minute or so initially, but he survived the descent from well over 30,000 feet, hanging out of an airplane in 350-mile-an-hour wind.
I remember that.
That was insane.
Is he alive or dead?
He lived through it. It was relatively minor injuries. I mean, he had a broken arm and broken rib.
Shit, I don't care if I can breathe. The broken shit can fix itself.
Yeah, well, he couldn't breathe for a while, but I guess he was cold enough that it didn't matter. He was strong enough inside, or whatever. Whatever his number wasn't up, however you want to explain it. But dude lived. I mean, that's crazy.
It's just right there. When it's your time, it's your time. There's no excuse, right?
Yeah, I don't want to be one of those people that are dead for days and my cat ate half my face. It'll be weeks before somebody finds. Well, you know what? Oracle would probably send someone to my house wondering why I'm not working. But yeah, that's my fear.
Yeah, but they'd be looking for data, not you.
Yeah,
whatever. I just don't want.
But your cat thinks you're adorable.
Where's the asset? She's decomposing over there, calling family. I need 5 to 5 more minutes downloading data. You're ready to deban it before we leave.
Nah, they would just take my computers. They'd be like, yeah, she didn't have any computers.
She was just a janitor here. I don't know who you're talking about.
She worked from home.
No.
Was a janitor.
Let's move the subject to something. It's not exactly. It's slightly morbid, but I'm gonna bring it to it because transhumanism. What are your thoughts on transhumanism? This is the drunk motherfucker you see. This is my visage. This is the epic beard, which is inspired by my uncle, who
Santa
is part of. Oh yeah, fuck you. Part of my father figurehood. I need to go see my dad. My dad is also fucked up because he's in a wheelchair. He got fucked.
Oh man.
Oh.
My family's all fucked up. Okay.
Hey, positive energy, friend. Just be positive. Go with the flow. Everything's gonna be great.
I am anti-SJW. I am a radical ageist. It's hard for me to be positive.
Is that a free radical?
I don't think it's free. He needs mead.
I have mead. I have some mead right here, right now.
He's a mead radical.
Oh shit! I have more meat. Shit! I gotta continue this podcast until this meat is finished. Regardless.
Is that a dead skunk on the side?
Yeah. What is that?
Wait.
He's the hat.
What is your name? Wait, I didn't even know you joined.
Yeah, man. How's it going?
There's a black man willing to join my stream.
Yes.
What is up?
I always see you at DerbyCon, my friend.
What, Charles? What the fuck's up, motherfucker?
What's up, man?
This is my hat. This is my uncle's hat.
Okay. I was like, is that a dead skunk? I kept staring at
I'll
it.
wait you finish, Charles. This is Charles. This is my uncle's hat. This is my Uncle Ed's hat.
Oh, okay.
My Uncle Ed was a cool motherfucker. And we had some problems, but
That's your
I was
skunkle
an
hat.
asshole as a kid, so I can understand some
Skunkle.
problems. But this is my uncle's hat, and he did not do a coonskin cap. He did a skunk skin cap. Uncle did not give a fuck. So
I shot him with my 12 gauge is mine.
So
Uncle Eddie.
Thinking you're a hat tonight.
Bro, it was funny because I said, and I kept trying to figure out, I said, is that a dead skunk? And I felt like it kept looking at me.
Yes,
Charles, that was
yes,
last
it
week. That was
is
last
a
week.
coonskin cup. I'm sorry, a skunk skin cap. Yes, it is.
Indeed, it is. Let's see. Put
That's
it on
where
the
my
camera.
uncle
Put it on
was.
the camera. Let's see it.
My uncle was my uncle was a hardcore motherfucker. He never got married. He never found the right woman. But he was also alright. You're even the term MGTOW?
No.
Oh shit! He was MGTOW before MGTOW was a thing. He lived with his mom for a long time. He had this hat. He had a shitload of guns.
Is that one of his guns?
No shit.
That is one of my uncle's guns.
You got all the guns in your house now?
Bro,
My
looks
uncle
like
had all the guns.
Holy shit. That's like Terminator stopper right there.
no, that looks like a Naked Gun 33 and a half.
My uncle was fucked up, but I love my uncle.
Apparently, you're following his footsteps. Look at it. Guns are everywhere. Skunk
For
hat.
better or worse, yes, I am following my uncle's footsteps. I don't
That's
want
awesome.
to, but
His hood steps.
His
that's the way this.
Hood steps.
His footsteps.
But Charles, what do you do in InfoSec? We introduced everybody in my podcast stream to what the fuck do you do in InfoSec? So
I am a web application penetration tester for the moment and moving into mobile. I've been inspired to get into the mobile space. I've actually got a couple of LG V20s. I'm going to mess around with the Snapdragon chip and start just tearing shit apart.
not a bad course of action, I imagine. Probably.
Are you gonna take a detagulator and screw it all up?
Yeah, I'm just going for the gusto, man. Just getting phones and just
Sweet.
fucking around with them.
See, that's the future mobile, like Internet of Things devices. That's
Well,
Yeah.
Risk is the future.
yeah.
Really, Dade?
Risk architecture.
Along those lines, if you're just
It's gonna
jumping in,
It's
what
gonna
about
change everything?
what about jumping in on the pending 5G stuff?
Oh,
That's it.
I'm open to it if I can get the hardware. Right now, like I'm cheap, and somebody gave me these wonderful phones just to play around with because they weren't using them anymore. So I figured it was a great start to jump in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you find a cheap source for 24 to 90 gigahertz, 5G stuff, radio wise, let me know.
oh no, wait,
Will do.
DigiKey. I just built an 11 gigahertz antenna for a client.
One of my friends is
cannot
after.
knock fake hardware. Sorry, fake hardware. You cannot fuck with free hardware.
Why not?
Exactly. Because it's free.
If someone gave me
I
that
think you meant up, not
trip,
with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm cool with all that, man.
Has
What's
anybody
the,
hacked into their
yeah.
cars?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Very
No, I haven't.
limited.
I have extensively, but not for hacking purposes, more for custom engine management purposes.
I
from a
have
performance
reset
standpoint.
fucking annoying warning messages. That's about the limit of my car hacking.
I figured out my car's got 2 operating systems running at 2 different speeds.
Sounds a little like Cold Fusion.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I've got one
That's one
of
of
those.
Avoided the warranty
It's one of those
on it, but-
inbreds.
One's an OS and one's a programming language.
I
No,
bought,
they're all-
Brian,
2
I just
separate operating
remembered.
systems.
Charles, what do you think of my
Yeah.
hat?
I love it.
That's my uncle's.
I do. I love it.
Uncle,
That's a badass hat.
You know what?
died 15
That's a
years
badass
ago,
coon.
15 days
No,
ago.
That's-
right.
I'm gonna tell you. I'll tell you right now. You could go to any local bar with that on, and they will give you free drinks. My
Yes,
brother.
they will.
I will. I plan to bring it to a few future cons because my uncle was a major influence in my life, so I should bring this shit.
You need to put a little mechanism in there so you can like servo the tail up at will.
Make it like,
Yeah.
It's awesome.
woo!
You know what?
Has anybody ever tried anything with ODBC on to do with cars?
Yes.
Yes. Any good? Anything cool?
Yeah.
Anything
Yeah.
interesting?
I was able to like,
ODBC?
Yeah.
I was able to like check out all of the messages, like and see the priorities that the card gives to certain systems in the vehicle, like the windows going up and down. Because I have a Mercedes, and those things are really complicated, so it was a lot of fun. So I got to see how the car actually prioritizes the messages.
I take it OBDC is.
I did it through the OD. I did
What year did that come out?
that came out in
No, probably the 80s.
90s. I believe it was the 90s.
90s.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's how I plugged it in, and I used a Bluetooth connector with.
Okay, so I mean, I'm thinking OBD2. I thought
I used
OBDC
OBD2.
was something like higher. Okay, OBDC is just
Is
the
that the
term
same
for
thing
all
as
of the OBDs.
Yeah, it's a generic
Yeah, it's
term.
all the OBDs.
Okay.
Have you guys seen that like snap-on tool you put on cars? I've done that before.
I have one. Yeah, it goes into the OBD2 connector, but you can like those insurance companies. You can get a lot of information. Because when I saw an insurance thing, I'm like, well, if they're what are they looking at?
Well, there's actually complete separate subsystems that are usually tied in with the airbag system that have an awful lot more logging that you can't touch from OBD2. You've got to either get on the CAN bus or otherwise
Exactly,
Yeah.
get into the CAN bus, but you can get into the CAN bus.
Yeah, but that's you're not going to get into the CAN bus to that point from OBD2 generally. Yeah, you got to actually get your high and low wire and have at it that way.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this on my friend's car, not mine.
I did it on my car.
How does your friend feel about it?
Talking about hacking cars and stuff, I'm making a voltage divider to trigger an Arduino on the brake light for something in my car at the moment, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, and Brian, I was gonna let you know, Ubiquity. Have you seen those tools, like the wireless cards with the mesh networks?
It's ringing a bell, but
Well, yeah, like Ubiquity has all kinds of stuff, like from 2.4 gigahertz all the way to 20 gigahertz for like air fiber. And you can buy those antennas, and you can fuck with whatever you want to do with 5 gigahertz.
Antennas are easy. I mean, that's just math to get. I mean, you can get and I can build a 1,000 gigahertz.
No, but I'm saying like you can get like the actual it uses an NN connector, it uses an N connector, and you have basically like a little FPGA board. I don't know, like a modem, or not a modem. They sell.
Yeah, I was just curious about the 5G cell stuff that's supposedly coming with because that goes up into the 90 gigahertz range, 90. I mean that's I'd like to be able to just transmit radar frequency. Frequency is just a mess with people, but
see them bounce.
I'll tell you what sounds quite interesting. This LoRa technology. I don't know if any of you guys have looked at that.
What was that again?
Called?
LoRa. It's called LORA. It's a wireless technology. Its range is 15 to 20 kilometers, millions of node, long battery life, excess of 10 years, RF interface. LoRa network architecture is a wireless system of elements of the network architecture, including overall system architecture, backhaul, server, and application computers. But go on.
No, I was about to say, is this it? The low power wide area network?
That's the one. Yeah, I think
awesome.
So.
I'm bookmarking this.
I've been watching a couple of videos on YouTube. I'll see if I can dig up the LoRa videos on YouTube.
So much of this is sounding like way too familiar. I think I've got Mead syndrome over here because I remember the buzzwords but not the content, and that's it's kind of depressing.
Hey, just practice your cognitive abilities and just Google it.
Here. what do you guys think of how? Where do you think security's heading now with all this turmoil and chaos? I swear, every time I look at Mr. Robot, I feel like my life is getting a little bit realer by the second.
Well, the thing about Mr. Robot, remember, you can put a paper takes whatever you write on it, so that script was really well made.
It was.
Yeah.
But in real life, it's just something that's really dazzled me with security is that from the 90s to now, it's easier to hack now than it was in the 90s.
True.
Even though back in the
That's
day
true.
it was admin, guest, admin, admin.
Yeah.
There's so many devices out there that, like, I used to walk, I remember, miles looking for one Wi-Fi that was open just to use Wi-Fi, and I had a pad, like a PDA thing.
Oh, you war road. You did war riding.
War walking.
Yeah. Well, more like
War
biking. I was smart. I used my bike.
Did you use a Pringles can to like extend the
Oh my
signal?
god. I made one with beers once.
That's when 802.11a was just so fresh and new.
Yeah, people never even used to have passwords on their wireless networks at one point.
No, it was always open. And the crappy thing is that after somebody cracked WEP on Ethernet, they used WEP for Wi-Fi. So it was like, what the fuck do you guys do?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Beautiful.
Do you know what's surprising? There's a lot of people that still use WEP, but I just
Yeah.
I'm shocked
Yeah,
about it.
the last place I lived, my neighbor used WEP, and that saved me $20 a month. So
I had a power outage at my other house.
Theoretically, right? We're not talking for real. It's just a joke.
no, that was for real. And I even reconfigured his router for him, to make sure I could.
You know what? You did a great service, my friend.
I did that.
Change the DNS and stuff.
I did that to a neighbor and reprioritized traffic because our son played Xbox, and I didn't want him chewing up the bandwidth for what I was doing. So
Perfect.
Oh man.
Very nice.
That is so considerate of you.
thank you.
Yeah,
My take on the like on the security is, I mean, in a way, it's kind of like, in the end, the Black Hats kind of are destined to win. It's like from the Matrix movie. Yeah, I mean, the people that are locked into the rules, be they legal or corporate policy, those that operate outside the rules have a distinct advantage.
Well, the thing is also it's a business, so the system is not designed to be solved.
Exactly. Yeah,
Right.
it's again, follow the money trail, and there's something else to exploit. It's, and even like the best baddest IPS out there, it can't handle the traffic that the entire company can handle, at least at like enterprise levels. I mean, if you got 30,000 servers, and the last company I was with, well over 5,000 were exposed, were accessible via the internet. We didn't have IPSs that could handle. I mean, we had freaking multiple 10 gig pipes at each data center. We didn't have any IPS stuff that could keep up with that. I mean, and even if we did, it'd be trivial to overload them.
Does everybody on here use Shodan?
Yes.
Yeah, I've used it.
That thing is amazing.
Yes, it is.
I could waste an entire weekend on that.
Can somebody link me to that free open source alternative if anybody's got the link? There is a
To
free.
Shodan?
Yeah. We were talking about it in one of the other podcasts, but I never bookmarked the link.
I can tell you a trick though. What I'm doing is I went to DigitalOcean and I got 4 different servers in 4 different countries, and I'm making my own.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet. Only thing I use DigitalOcean for right now is I have a free BSD box, and I just kind of just mess around with like just building like stupid stuff to practice like cross-site scripting and JavaScript stuff. So I mean something.
I had an AWS account where I'd spin up servers for certain things. I had a tour relay for a while, but I forget. I got pissed off at them and took it down.
Because it's
Can relate to that.
yeah. You know what's amazing?
AWS sucks.
You know what though? I don't know. Like a lot of times, like I said, I come to especially like the Derby cons and different security conferences because I don't know. It's just because I can relate. It's like when I do go to work, it's like I just see. And tell me if I'm imagining. Like, do you guys see a lot of people like in the security field? They're not really into security.
Yes, yes.
And I don't know. And maybe I feel weird because sometimes I get irritated. Yeah, sometimes
Hey, we need the attendance. Don't get
for a while.
Don't get them scared.
I'm back.
Sometimes I just get. I don't know. Sometimes I feel a little irritated because I'm like, you guys really don't understand. Like, you really are not here for security. It's a check.
Exactly.
I worked for a large enterprise company recently, and I was on escalation, problem management, mitigation team, not directly security related, but in one of them, what really struck me was that they're having a problem with this web server, and they discovered that that it was pwned, but it was an internal server on their dev network, so they weren't concerned about it.
Interesting. It's just
I had to point out to them it's like I actually I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. It's like do you not realize that means somebody from the outside, likely or possibly internally, but somebody owned you from the inside? That's not a concern.
No, and not only that, you can hack the compiler to embed stuff to anything that they compile.
Exactly.
Has anybody ever had to deal with a JRAT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick.
No, you know why I'm laughing? Because when you said JRAT, then I just looked at Irongeek Cast.
Yeah.
Real quick on that. I mean, along those lines, my last employer, I so wanted to go into their, Ignite server they used for HPUX, and because they start updating firmware via patches, and I so wanted to just tweak the image to start the just start off the firmware update with a couple of null characters. And they roll the update out, and it just bricks every single Unix server they got. I mean,
oh wow.
Oh, man.
It's funny you mentioned HP Unix. Like me, I was a Solaris guy. Was somebody just joined? Yeah, I was a Solaris guy for a while.
Ew.
8 to 10.
I don't hate on Solaris. I thought it was a good operating system.
It was.
It
but
was.
x86.
I like the zones. I like the LDOMs. So I got a chance to do the LDOMs and zones, even though it was similar to. It was kind of like the reversal of AIX.
I was about to bring up AIX. I thought AIX had the partitioning. Their AIX's partitioning is way superior.
Hell yeah. They copied it from AIX.
Yeah, and they did a shitty job. But like the underlying operating system itself was pretty, if you were using just like a straight, Solaris box for like web hosting and stuff, those T2000s were tanks.
Hell yeah.
We found one in a data center. It was up for like 4,000 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Them T5220s, I had them.
Yeah.
I had this company, T5220s with LDOMs. Woo!
You can't kill them.
No.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
With fire.
Yes, you can.
With a magnet.
I remember when we found that server that had that. We were like, who wants to? I'm like, I don't want to reboot it when I'm on call.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the fun days. But like I said, now, like I said, everything seems like it's just like oversaturated, and it's just filled with people who don't really care about security. They care about check, and it sucks.
Well, when you have to explain to a security person baseline traffic.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Do you know how like sometimes you'll get peak traffic times based on like user and processing? Anything that was outside what they thought was the norm, I'm like, well, what is your baseline? And they're like,
And
well,
they're like, huh?
they were like, well, when we set it up, we saw this. And I'm like, so was there any users? And they're like, well, no. I'm like, so you didn't really take a baseline of it, now did you?
Nope.
Oh
But don't
God.
tell them you're not security experts. Just a
Oh,
period.
No, and how about the job interviews? I had a job interview, right, recently, and I was talking to this guy, but he was such a dick that I said, I'm gonna do a kamikaze in this one. I'm gonna kill myself. I don't want to be part of this team. It's like I was trying to explain to him how I have Radare and I do this machine learning thing where I try to find gadgets and all this stuff to do like my own like exploit. Like automated exploiting thing, fuzzing, and then he was like, "But what's a gadget?" And I told him what it was. It's just a return, whatever. And then he was like, "What? Can you explain it more?" And I'm like, "What else do you want me to say?"
You should have said it's a flux capacitor.
Yes.
No, and then I got so fucking pissed, and I'm like, "Fuck, dude!" And then you want me to work for you? And like, shit, no way, fuck this shit. So
And
what's
did they
this?
say you're
I
hired?
don't know. Yeah, I said, fuck it. I'm gonna.
For that reason, I'm bringing an OpenVMS install studio to my next interview.
Oh, no.
No, and check this out. And then I tell him, and he asks me like, so what kind of operating system you use? Well, I have a custom Arch Linux with a Zen installed in it. So it's a custom Zen-based operating system where I isolate everything. And then I have CubeOS, which I use for my research. And then he's like, well, I just want to make sure when you don't go in a Windows box, you're not gonna have issues. I'm like, I won't have issues with Windows. I'm just gonna install Linux.
There is something called R Desktop that kind of allows you to even interact with Windows boxes if you so choose to.
No, but this is the thing. Through Zen, I have Windows boxes. I just run the ISO and I install it. But the thing is that it's just kind of hilarious. It's like, hey, dude, you know that there's actually a hidden Linux kernel inside your Windows box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
like,
yeah. Man, that's the future right there. Tell it, brother. That's the future.
So why when I run ls does it say command not found every time?
You have to like
your environment variables.
Yep. Oh, you have to install git bash. Git bash. That's all you need.
Oh shit! Wrong operating system. Fuck.
Yeah. No,
why is the prompt say K shush? K and shush.
But but we have to get Windows. This one thing, PowerShell is the shit.
Yeah, it is.
PowerShell is just amazing.
No, I love watching Windows admins, like the old-time Windows admins. I love opening a PowerShell and watching them like, oh.
PowerShell. I've only just started getting into PowerShell, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it, man.
I do like it.
I'll only work on a box if it's got Windows. It has to have PowerShell for me to like remotely.
After Windows,
damn that batch.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, damn batch. I used to code in C#, so PowerShell's like it's pretty looks very very similar.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like anything else other than C or Go right now and Rust.
I'm gonna date myself whenever I write shell scripts, like for just Unix stuff. I always write in Corn.
Me too. I have Corn on my MacBook as we speak.
Yes.
I am a
positive compliancy.
Yeah. I will do the corn shell dance. I'm
corn shell dance.
All
right, go for
I got
it. Video. Action.
I don't know if it's something. If it's like a file related task, I'll program it in Bash. And then if it's like, I don't know, something a little bit more complicated or maths related, maybe I'll use Perl or something. Or Python. Python if I just want to do something really quick.
Yeah. I got tired of Python because it's a freaking resource whore.
Yes.
Yeah, it was about 9 years ago when I started with the first enterprise company that had any experience with, and I was used to the hobby level user Bash shell, and I get dumped into a commercial Unix Corn shell, and I'm like, what? Up arrow doesn't bring my I was still lost, but then after a while it's we actually over time we inherited our Linux support as well, and all of a sudden it's like I hate Bash. I want give me KSH.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
I love Bash.
I mean, I like it. Yeah, I mean, I can use it. I'm fine with it
Hey,
either
it's
way.
okay.
But there's something about I mean, just being POSIX compliant. You got
Yeah.
portability wherever you work.
Yeah.
I
That's why I
like
like Go, because I can go anywhere and just build something for the client, build it. Here it is. I'm leaving. It runs.
Yes.
Yes.
It's funny. The last company I worked for, we had an internal cloud, and and they had like generic rollout OSs. But since I was on the Unix and Linux support team, I had access to the the vSphere managers is all in VMware, so I could mount a CDs. I put Kali on it, and and it was so funny because like people would, from the Linux delivery team would come in and try to do their run their automated patching, and they try to log in. Of course, I denied them, and it was just so funny watching what they did. And I wound up making completely encrypted LVM and putting the VMware BIOS password in, and and I put my message of the day is please don't reboot this machine in the last 9 bullet list of 10 items. If you know the BIOS password, the passphrase for slash, the passphrase for slash root, the passphrase for home, passphrase for user, and all, and I left it like that when I left the company. And I called one of my peers, about a month ago, and he told me that they freaked out when they saw that. And I mean, somehow the story got so twisted that I was running some kind of countdown timer, and their cybersecurity team got involved, and they're worried that it was going to take over the host and host the whole company. I was directly connected to the core of the infrastructure when I was working there, and and they were just like so freaking paranoid that
that's the problem with a lot of security teams. It's like they create this whole drama thing,
yes.
and then the client is freaking out. They don't know what to do, and then they still go in there sometimes. Not every single team, and they fuck things up more. And then you go in there and you fix it, and they're like, "I wish they would have explained it like this. It's so simple."
Yeah, I mean, they apparently they came down hard on my ex-manager, and he was all pissed off about it. And when I heard about it, I was laughing. I was laughing. It was a Kali box, but it was just sitting there idle. It was literally doing nothing. I had no task scheduled. I could have set up tunnels and jump stations and maintained access, but I didn't want to push any. I didn't want to open any legal doors. I made it completely so that I couldn't get in if I wanted to, and I made sure of all that, temptation. I don't think I'd have come to it anyway, but it's not worth the risk because the potential price is too high. Yeah, but just the fact that I mean, everybody in IT there, I mean, they knew my name, they knew my security infatuation, and when I wasn't there,
of all times, it would have
I mean, all of a sudden, my Kali box that just has a message of the day with a bullet list turns into a countdown timer of destruction if they don't.
Hey, I'm telling you, it sucks. Fucking cert babies. I call them.
I'll tell you a funny story. I had a boss that really thought he was a Unix admin. He would log into the machines, right? And I was getting tired of it because he would screw things up. And I'm like, dude, man, you're making more work for me. But he really thought he was like Mr. Technical. So what I did is I set this up. Whenever he would log in, it would re-nice his processes. And I was like, what did you do? I finally scared him enough, and he was like, oh my gosh. He would come over and he was like, hey, the thing's running really, really slow. And I'm like, you need to log out. You're gonna really upset the PMs and the clients. And he's like, but I haven't had this problem. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't tell him. I'm like, yeah, I want you to stay the hell out of my machines. But yeah, I would re-nice his. I would put his priority to a halt.
That's nice.
It was very nice.
That's good.
Do you know what you could do next time? You could have like a screen come up and say, please dial this number to access machine.
Well, he would know that was it. He knew enough that messages of the day and stuff, because I used to write I would never let operators in. I was like a little tyrant. I wrote shell scripts where with their login, it spawned off that shell script, and they had a menu, reset password, and they would hit a number. Because I'm serious. I was like a little tyrant.
When I was very, very young and naive, I'd got Sub 7 running on one of my old boss's machines, which was quite entertaining. Yeah.
You were open to see.
Yeah, flip the monitor around, pop up the chat window. You know, no, I never used to do that. I just used to read the emails. I'd wait for him to email our team manager, and as soon as he was emailing him saying, "What's John doing?" I'd be like, "Shit, I better fucking get prepared." And like, "What have you been working on?" "Oh, I've been doing this for the last like 4 hours." Really posting on forums and surfing the net. Yeah.
Before I put Callie on that cloud server, I was playing around with different things just to mess with the patching team. Yeah, and yeah, at one point I was running Plan 9 OS on my cloud box, and they try to patch it. That was pretty amusing. But one thing I never could find it. I wanted to find a VMware appliance that emulated like an HP85 calculator and have that as my cloud box just to see how they try to patch it.
No, put a PDP-11 emulator.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what you
use
can do
RPG
also?
2 punch cards.
No. You can have him log into a Plan 9 box. And go crazy.
There you go.
Well, I did have Plan 9 up for a while. That was the most. That was one of the more obscure images I could find. To
I
roll
love
out
Plan
through
9.
I didn't like using it, but it was fun to have it.
Yeah.
Hey Denise, are you Unix girl on Twitter?
I am.
I'm sending you a follow. I'm BSD Bandit. BSD from the BSD days. I love them with all my heart. I still rock with BSD all day.
No.
Yes. I can never give it up.
Net free or open?
No, hey, have you seen
free and open.
Hey, have you seen Beehive for BSD?
Yes.
It's pretty badass, man.
Yeah, it is.
I've been reading about it. There's also Xhive for your Mac OS X users over there.
Yeah. Well,
I'm a Mac user.
I'm a Mac user only because of BSD.
Exactly.
So I wasn't an Apple IIe guy and grabbed all. Apple. I'm an Apple fanboy. No. Only reason before I had a Mac, I had a free BSD desktop.
I had a Linux.
I was an Apple IIe guy. I kind of resent that. Call 300 was pretty cool.
You guys want to know what my first computer was?
I always have to put the disclaimer because a lot of people say, "Oh, you're just an Apple fanboy." Like, no. Let me give you my story for using
my
Mac.
story.
You gotta give. You gotta make it.
I love that Apple. I love that Apple.
Back in the 80s, there was a book published called Beneath Apple DOS. And and I bought that, and this is in the Apple II Plus 2E days, and you could I actually edit it, I just went by the book. It wasn't really hacking, as far as I was concerned, but I changed where the volume table of contents was on my floppy disk, and it's like when we had to turn our homework in to the physics teacher at that point, because nobody had computer teachers. They just gave it to the science teachers. I had my VTOC on a different track. He actually had to boot to my disk to grade my homework, and when he did, he booted to my environment, which I also tweaked. That made for various. It's like I never got a BC or a D. It was either A or F. Depending on his mood of the day when he graded my project, I guess.
So, does anybody what they do for now? Like a lot of universities all have people use like either Deter Lab, which is really cool, or let me bring it up. I have it on here because I was
LabVIEW. Just kidding.
No,
I use
LabVIEW.
There's one thing I absolutely adore about Apple, and that's Wozniak, and he's not there anymore. So
I miss Woz is an engineer's engineer.
He's the man. He's so cool. Yeah.
I'll tell you this. He has his
hope to meet him one day.
Doing SSDs.
I would love. Yeah, I'd love to meet him. Shake his hand and just go, "Dude, you're fucking cool."
He judges first robot. He's been known to participate in First Robotics. I actually I actually volunteered to judge robotics competitions only because I was hoping to get to run into him.
Right.
I saw a picture of him and Jerry Ellsworth, and
Wow.
I thought, I mean, if there's one place I wanted to be, I could have been where they were both at one place and just, and say hi. Yeah, I mean,
That's how I felt. That's how I feel about Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson. Like, I mean, I would love to meet Dennis Ritchie's gone, but I would have loved to met him. These are guys that nobody talks about. That's why when I
isn't
hear
there a big event in San Diego with the Computer Museum happening soon? Where a lot of people are going to be there, like Wozniak and stuff like that.
Larry Wall as well. He's
Mr.
Pearl. Oh yeah, I love him. He just seems just so really clever. Really
Do you remember when Dennis Ritchie died right about the same time
2011.
Steve Jobs,
Yeah.
and nobody said anything.
Yeah, and I felt some kind of way about that because
I did too, because without Dennis Ritchie,
there is no Jobs.
there is
Mac,
no Jobs.
Because half the
it's true. It's true.
I think when people especially the non-technical people, because think about it, when they mention Apple, they mention Steve Jobs. Nobody talks about Woz like that because they don't know who the heck he is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's piss worthy right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Woz was the brains behind it all.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the marketer gets all the fame, and then the actual creator gets nothing.
And that's kind of how the world is. Like, I'm sure you saw the movie Pirates of Silicon Valley. There's one line in there that just absolutely incompensates everything Microsoft and corporate. And when the young Bill Gates actor said, we need to make them need us.
I think this is
that takes all of it. I mean, it's like screw anything technical or innovations. We just need to market it. Doesn't have to work good. Just has to look good.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with hackers. Just don't sit on your ideas for too long because eventually somebody else will do it.
Yes.
Apparently, somebody did a study. If you have an idea, 5 other people had the same idea as you.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's that low. I mean, ideas are cheap. It's because it's the implementation of the ideas that is what is quite difficult and has a lot more barriers. I'm surprised it's that low. There's only 5. I would think it'd be closer to 500.
Yeah. Well, that's what somebody.
I've had that happen to me in the past though, when I've thought of a project and then somebody else has developed the product later. So now I'm currently got 3 different things on the go, and I am scrambling to get them to a finished kind of standard to be able to get them on market and start selling units rather than have this idea bouncing around in my head.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to you for trying, but to actually put out what's in your head, you probably have to make a whole lot of compromises and sacrifices that completely destroy what's in your head to actually get it to market in most cases, and that's sad as well.
And also be careful if you meet anybody with VCs. Make sure you have an NDA and a non-compete before you even present your idea. I can't tell you.
Leakers.
Yeah, because you'll pull a Zuckerberg on you and take your idea.
No,
and depending what country they're from, I mean, NDAs and patents, copyrights don't matter anyway. It's another thing to look out for.
The initial investment and of time to actually get to the prototype stage and have a working prototype to be able to go from that to
MVP.
To producing something that is of a sellable kind of state. It's a long journey.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
It's a very self-defeating system we've got too, because the few that actually stick to their gumption and God bless them, get the proof of concept out there and go through all the R&D work. Someone else just reverses it and puts it out on the cheap, and you're standing there like, you've got no legal recourse, or you do, but like, yeah, you're going to sue somebody in China. It's I don't know what the solution to
Well,
that is.
basically, you can because I created some custom solid state drives that maintain consistency. It's what they use inside the Epics, the red cameras, type of technology. That's all I can disclose so far. But the thing is, when you do when you're doing your devices, you have to do the hardware patent, and then you have to basically, not only that, you have to do patents around the world before, if you have the money to do that.
But even if you do, if somebody in, let's say, China, I'm sure there's other places, but if they reverse your product and put it out for $5 on Albi, what can you really do about it?
If you can identify it, if you can identify and you have like basically a proprietary way of doing it, let's say you have a specific microcontroller, but instead of one microcontroller, let's say your hard drive has 2 microcontrollers, and there's a specific way of how the thing is being handled where nobody else is doing it, you can identify and then you can get it done. But then all that costs money to get people and try products and buy products and
and still somebody reverses it and they just change it to where you're using 3 microblocks, and I mean it's just too trivial to change a few bits and components and say, oh, this isn't the same. Or just flat out not care if you're in a country that can't be prosecuted and just copy it directly.
Yeah, how many people do you think pay the HDMI license fee? Yeah, I mean, really.
I bet they do.
I always wondered that IBM guy that invented the USB protocol. When he dies and they bury him, are they going to put the coffin in and then pull it out and turn it around and stick it in again?
Well, it depends how he developed it. I mean, if he did it under IBM,
wow.
They're gonna keep it around.
It's sad, man. This is everything's in a damn limbo. It's like I was literally sitting at my desk today, and I was just looking around. I'm like, a lot of these guys don't even go anywhere. Like, they don't get out. They don't do shit. There's just me ranting on my soapbox for a second. And I'm just like, they're probably home. They're literally probably home right now, sleeping and catching up on Friends or something. Not even doing anything technically related. I mean, looking at anything.
It's not just your soapbox. Keep going.
Well, I think
and I just sit there and I'm just like, you guys don't even look at half the stuff I even look at, or even try to even look at anything. They actually you get this title of security.
There's a lot of people that are happy consuming and just don't want to broaden their horizons, I think.
Well, this is the thing. Security. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the thing is that people prefer the convenience of it, and the thing is, but security is coming to a point that it's becoming something that's gonna be just like riding your bicycle.
Yeah,
and you just gotta imagine those freaking 12-year-olds that are now gonna fucking come out with fucking super hybrid stuff that we will never even possibly can stop. It's never gonna stop. It's just gonna get more advanced as we go.
Do you know what I look at security as today? Do you know how we have does people remember like back in the late 90s where anybody could be a sysadmin and
during the .com bubble, they were screaming for sysadmins, and you didn't even have to have any credentials. Just claim you were one and you're in.
And that's exactly how I think security is now.
True.
And I think it's going to swing back where, only the people that actually know what they're doing will end up having jobs.
Yeah, but this
either
is the
that,
thing.
or there's going to be. Sorry, you.
No. I was going to say is the cert babies. The cert babies.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of cert babies. So you got a lot of people that have the certs. Nothing against certs if you know what you're doing, but if you just took a cert and you claim to be an expert on something, just be honest with your employer. If you don't know something, don't let them.
But nobody's going to do that because it's self-defeating. No. I mean, a cert means you passed the test, but that's what the HR people in the big companies, they don't have the skill set to actually identify every technical ability that they're responsible for hiring for. So they go by okay, what can we break this down to? Oh, here's certification.
Right.
There's I mean, I was a grunt contractor at an enterprise company, before I got on them full time, and this certification boy came through.
Did you guys notice that Adrian fell asleep? Sorry.
Yeah, he's been out for a while. Yeah, but the certification boy came through. He got like he went through like several boot camps, and he got all these certs. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I have 0 certs, 0 degrees, and
Neither do
I prove myself by what I can do. Actions speak louder than words. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So this cert boy comes in, and they're all we were doing quote server builds at the time. We were just loading a base OS that the OS team later just obliterated and ignored anything we did anyway. But they showed him around the room, and everybody was saying, yeah, you click this, you do this, you do this. And he gets over to me. I'm just like, fuck this cert boy. It's okay. You've seen how it's done. Everybody's told you what's done. This is how it works in the real world. And I was remoted into a machine at our other site, and I had a VM up, and I was running 3 instances, and I was telling them, this screen, if you hit tab 3 times, keyboard buffer will catch it, and then if you hit down J, that'll put you 2 arrow ups away from your next option. And just blang, 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 zip through it. And I was expecting to just, burn the kid and leave him behind. But he actually understood. He kept up, and he was asking the right questions. And I was impressed. And from that point on, to this day, we're very good friends. Because he went through a cert boy camp, but he asked the right questions. He had what it took internally to actually, understand what was going on, which would not be the case for most of the certification boys.
Exactly.
So I remember the cert boys, and not so many cert girls, but here's the thing: they were doing it for the money. I think if you go through a boot camp and you get the job, if you really have the passion to learn, you'll be success. If you really like it and you have the passion to learn, you'll be successful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm self-taught in everything I've ever done. I don't, like I said, I have no college degree. I dropped out of college to move to a big city to start a band, because that's where I was at that point in my life, 20, 30 years ago. But I have no certifications, and anytime that I had plenty of opportunities, at the company I was with to get like industry certifications and take their tests. And it's like, well, I'll take the classes, I'll get the knowledge out of them, I'll try to apply it so I can gain the wisdom, but I don't give a fuck about the certification, because to me that doesn't mean anything. In and of itself. And now that I'm unemployed, maybe a couple certs would be good to put on the resume, but if you're gonna hire me because I passed a test, I'm not sure I want to be working with the rest of the people we hired.
Exactly.
Yeah. They go.
One surefire way of knowing that you're going to get on with everybody there is tell them that you are into computer security and making things and taking things apart when you're in the interview. And then as long as they understand exactly what you mean by that, you're going to have a good job if you get the position.
Yeah, and then as soon as you talk about something that they
company.
don't know, sorry, and then as soon as you talk about something they don't know, they try to bury you in the interview.
Yeah, I went on one interview where this is even before I had the enterprise experience, and there's some Linux based IP VoIP provider to businesses, and during the interview they brought up like one of the current problems they're facing, and I solved it for them on the spot. And did I get the job? No, because I was better than the lead guy that was there.
Yep, they can't have that.
Yeah.
But another thing, have you guys
How
seen
dare you be better than the lead?
Have you guys seen Cybrary.it?
What was that? I haven't. Say what?
Cybrary.it. You get searched for $10. They're pretty cool. I've seen them. That's what I'm doing right now. They're pretty cheap, and they seem legit.
Really?
Yeah, and it's basically anyone who wants to really do security, they can get a search through this cheaply, not pay the hundreds of dollars and all that stuff. I did the reverse engineering things that they have. It's pretty legit info too.
Well, like debugging.
Wait, what are you paying? 10
It's called
$5 for?
Cybrary.it.
But what are you paying for?
Oh, you pay like for a test, like $10 for like.
I just put it in the chat channel. The group chat.
Yeah, let me see if I can type in there.
So it sounds like it's a cert the way certs should be, but how many employers are really gonna know that if it's on your resume?
Exactly.
Well,
They
basically, but the cool thing is that you actually get a code for your certification, just like these other certs, and they can search your cert number and see that you passed it.
Yeah, but the company the HR department still has to be aware of it. I mean, I guess there's a line at some point on how big the company gets before the HR department doesn't have a damn technical clue in their pocket.
Well, I just think it's cool as $10. You know, it's not. I'm not gonna pay.
That's a good point.
$1,000. You know, I'm not gonna pay $10,000.
I can see that, but for me personally, I'm kind of proud of the fact that I have no degree and no certifications and still cut out my niche. I would like to keep that streak going. Actually, but that does sound interesting. It does sound good, for some circumstances.
But believe me, I'm in the same boat. You are. I have no search, no education. 99% of my clients are by referral. So basically, I'm the guy you call after you fuck up shit so many times that you're gonna get fired.
That was the team I was on. Everyone else broke shit, and it just got so worse once they started outsourcing everything. In fact, that's why I'm no longer working for them, because they found somebody else they could pay in Malaysia for $12,000 a year to replace my position. It's not working out so well for them. I found out recently they had an escalation that resulted in a $1 billion hard loss to the company.
Oh shit.
But I mean, and I could see that coming. I knew it was going to hit that, or the potential was there for that. But I mean, who the hell's going to listen to me as a competent engineer, in a corporate monstrosity? But I still want to stick to the, look, just, I don't care if I have to be an apprentice for a week, just, I'll, give me a foot in the door. I'll show you what I can do. And if we mesh, then great. If we don't, okay, I'll go somewhere else. I don't want to play the certification game, but there is a big advantage in working with these big companies because you get to play with these big toys.
Yeah. Juniper routers.
I will say that I do enjoy the hardware I get to work on.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one thing I missed from the place I was with. I mean,
the last corporate job I had. I found a way of how to pawn Evada routers, and they fired me.
Oh shit!
And then they changed the company to Brocade like 2 weeks later.
While I was working for my last company, that same Kali cloud box I referred to earlier. I was reading the man pages and all the the mass scans and the different stuff, and and it had all these things for trying to hide yourself. I mean, I was searching big time for everything that that made it to make it a more covert, kind of behind the scenes scan. I was like, no, fuck that. I'm going to crank that option all the way up. I maxed everything out, and I completely just consumed absolutely every resource I could. I when I ran that scan on the subnet that my particular cloud box was on, I actually forced every single guest off of my host server, from the migration on the farm, because I was consuming all the resources. And not a single red flag went up anywhere. I was never asked about it. I was like, seriously? I mean, I was trying. I was broadcasting. Look what I'm doing. I'm scanning all 65,535 ports, on every protocol, on everything, consuming as much bandwidth as I possibly
Did you
can.
go IPv6 and went infinite?
No, they weren't using IPv6 internally yet.
Okay.
I was intentionally abusing everything I could, putting up as many flags as I possibly could, and I knew
Oh
I'd be
wow.
getting an email, and not a peep. Yeah. And it wasn't until I left and the machine was doing nothing that they all panicked.
Oh wow.
I used to like to so I worked at this place where they hired this dude, and he was barely a decent Windows admin. So they decided to make him a security guy. And I'll tell you, that guy provided me with hours of entertainment.
Yeah.
What he did, talking about cert, so we got a GIAC cert, and he had a business degree. No formal tech, and I'm okay. I've worked with a lot of brilliant people that did not have college degrees, and I've been blown away. That's where the passion and the love comes in. So this dude was like one of those, if you have nothing to hide, then why would you? So he had like I would call it the peacock arrogant syndrome. And I'll tell you, I would throw alerts on the servers just to watch him lose his head.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Did you like net message his name and call him out?
No, but the thing was, because he was really inept, we really did have a breach. And he was like, well, let's think about this. I'm like, no, we need to drop this box. We are compromised. And I wasn't I was not the security officer, so therefore I'm like, and he was like, well, no, let's think about this. I'm like, no, they're in this box. We need to set it down.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but after like that time, I just killed it and removed the program and kept my fingers crossed, hoping that. And then what I did to make sure the box wasn't rooted, I was MD5 checking all of like the normal rootkit files.
Were you running a static compiled yourself MD5 some program?
Yes.
Cool.
We should have just dropped the box and rebuilt and restored. But,
that's why I like CoreOS so much.
Yeah, but
because I can just. I mean, nowadays I know it's a different time.
Because I had to do all of that work, I tortured him until I left.
Yeah.
Wow.
Early on my career at this enterprise place, I mean, the company assigned laptop, it just didn't have the horsepower, and I wound up bringing my own box in, and there were probably some policy violations somewhere, but nobody really said anything, and after several years, it was just, I mean, everybody knew that I was running my own box, I built up that box at the point. By the time I left, it was using DDR4 RAM and it had 3 Radeon 390 cards in it. And I mean, I was running OCO Hashcat, just for the hell of it, And at one of our team meetings, I just said, oh, by the way, some of your like key pattern softwares or some of your key pattern passwords, like WER234, Shift WER, Shift 234, they're not as secure as you think. And my manager on the call responded with like, "Well, have you been hacking your and I was like, well, no. And I posted a link to that was from the OCO Hashcat forums on what they did on their last like cracking adventure on where they had like Unicode passwords and all this stuff and what they got through. He only read through that. He's like, oh, thanks.
It's much worse than that though, dude, because like I know business critical like systems that are thousands of people depend on.
Like the ERP systems.
Yeah, that have dictionary passwords.
It was really redunculous.
Dude, I've seen
the first passwords that popped up.
I've seen ZOS mainframes with really bad passwords, like really bad passwords.
Oh yeah. You're like,
Well,
yes,
well,
that's
well,
the,
QWERTY,
Yeah.
QWERTY.
I mean, about half the servers that we had that were, well, maybe a little less than half at that time, that were publicly facing, were still running HBox 1123, which only used, they're limited to 8-character MD5.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I mean, I grabbed all the dictionary passwords, and most of them were GDBAs and whatnot, and but then I started running through, just running through the combinations, eventually brute forcing after I went through all the common hash techniques out there, and I just let it run in the background, and every couple of days I'd come into work and it's like, hey, there's so and so, and every now and then I'd pop one of my teammates, and and I mean, if it was one of my teammates, depending who it was and how we got along, I might let them know, but I mean, it didn't even really matter because there's no escaping that some of these systems that were internet accessible were relying on 8-character Unix passwords.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, it doesn't matter what you've got.
Well, wait. Unless you use colons and brackets, you can make it go crazy, and hashcat on your password.
I bet you
Does it
they're
read-
still out there now. I bet you.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean,
No, there's got to be systems that are Etherneted in that people have forgotten about. I mean,
oh well, yeah, definitely. I mean, when I was doing some just random scans for the hell of it, trying to set off red flags, it wasn't just from the cloud, box. I did it from my, from the box that I had plugged into the internal LAN too, and I was finding all kinds of shit. I found, most of our security cameras in the freaking data center were running OpenSSH like 1.7. I mean,
wow.
shit that had published exploits, from
Exploit
2000
DB it?
earlier, just all over the place. Not to mention, the facilities equipment, the HVAC stuff. I mean, it was pathetic. I didn't, actively exploit most of them, but I did. I was friends with one of the facilities contractors guys, and he took me back into one of the chases that I normally couldn't badge into, but he could badge into, and he was doing a firmware update via his laptop and an RS-232, and and even after updating, it's like I could still hit that shit online, and there were vulnerable versions of SSH, just all over the place, let alone web interfaces or anything else,
That's really sad how much things are vulnerable out there with SSH.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive to this day.
And that's where and that's going to be the case for a long time. The more popular Internet of Things gets. I mean, who the hell patches their refrigerator? Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't have any refrigerator, stove, or light bulbs that are on any network, but that's not the norm. I mean, a lot of people they have all this IoT crap, and they think it's every time I hear an ad on the radio from a security company, oh, you can see a photo of who's at your front door. Yeah, well, yeah, so can everybody else.
Yeah.
I just watched. I just watched one of those, product advertisement things on bloody YouTube, where it's like the top 5 products to buy from Amazon for 2017. And the first product in the video is, I think, one of the locks featured DEF CON this year.
Yes. Yes.
So, like,
Oh my God.
I'm not 100% sure if it was the exact same model, but with the ACL and the way that you could grant access to people, and it would tell you who just visited your house and stuff like that.
Oh,
So
yeah, it doesn't even matter.
Here's an idea.
Even if it was the most current, wait a year, it's they're not going to update. Who the hell updates the doorbell?
Hey, you know what? If you were like a really like smart black hat, you can market things on YouTube that are pawnable.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure that's been
illegal.
done.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that's been done a lot.
So all the pawnable things, they have to buy them. Let's make sure
Yeah.
a lot of people have them.
What's her name? Charles, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were talking about getting into mobile.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you look into, a lot of the stuff that's, IoT that are controllable by mobile. And, you've got a gold mine there to pick from. I mean, there's so many, there's so many apps out there, that have just insane permissions. Why does your doorbell app need full network access?
Not only that, you can make your own phantom tower with like a Blade RF.
Femtocells.
Yes.
Yeah, phantom cell, whatever, and then you can like make it with a Blade RF, and it's really fun. And you can even update everything. You can like do whatever you want and like have them install whatever you want in their OS.
I like some feedback from people on here. That's actually part of the reason I was afraid to pursue cybersecurity in the enterprise company I was with, because they were, like allowing, bring your own device crap, and
BYOD.
and really, all it takes is for one of those people to drive past a femtocell, and their cell phone is owned, and they're connecting to your network, and the user authenticates, and now you as the attacker, you're in the soft chewy center.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty.
How the hell do you defend against that?
Bring your own device.
Yeah, how do you defend against that? Because you're always going to have idiots.
You can tell them what I tell people. It's like, imagine going to an orgy, but this is made of devices, and you don't know what these devices have been. So you're about to cache a digital STD, no matter what you think.
That is a very good analogy.
Yeah. I used to tell my clients, 10 years ago, I used to tell my clients, look, connecting to the internet, it's like, you're driving a car at rush hour and there are no traffic signals. How do you protect yourself? Well, you better drive a tank. You're still going to get hit, but who cares if a Corolla hits you if you're driving a tank? But there's a bunch of tanks driving out there too. And somebody's gonna have a bigger tank, and it's unless you're actually, I had an argument with one of my coworkers. He was talking about, I don't know what he's talking about, but I was like, okay, he mentioned voice over IP, and I was like, okay, what ports are open on your cell phone right now? He's like, what?
You didn't even know.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't even answer it. Yeah, I mean, do you know what traffic is going out? Do you know what traffic's coming in? Do you know what's listening? I mean, do you even know? I mean, there's no point in asking that because he didn't even know what was listening. And that's what that's the norm out there. I mean, even if you've got segmented networks, it doesn't matter if the attacker is able to LAN hop through your Cisco VoIP phone system, and jump in, 2 hops to the soft chewy center, who cares what front end security you've got if you're not looking for that, and most of them aren't. It's I don't know. I like the idea of working for an enterprise company because you get to play with the big toys. You get really nice hardware at your disposal.
Yeah.
But I don't think I want to go that route in a security job. Because people just don't understand. They just don't know. They don't know what's there. People didn't, it wasn't until I left my last company that all of a sudden they freak out because I was running a Cali box that wasn't even doing anything. When it was doing stuff, they didn't notice. But when I left and it wasn't doing stuff, then they go into a frenzy. And that's probably the norm,
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem you have. There's so much bureaucracy in a big corporation.
Yeah.
That it's just really hard to even get things done because
that's why I said the black hats are always going to win in the enterprise environment, because they're not bound by the rules that the white hats are bound by.
Exactly.
A lot of the time they'd rather sweep it under the carpet than you know.
That too. Yeah.
Right.
Do you know what we should do? We should start a company that only does black box pen testing. We'll be like, we only do black box tests. Just give us a link, give us some information. That's all we need. We go from there. We'll tell you what we find. No rules.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
Yeah, one thing I thought of, it was after watching one of the last 2016 DEF CON or Black Hat presentations on it was like on all the metadata, and the NSA metadata, and oh my god, blah blah blah. I thought I don't have this capability at the moment. I haven't really pursued it, but I thought it would be funny if somebody would release some worms that would just start relating everybody to everything.
That sounds like we call it Morse. Bale 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, you just start friending all these people on Facebook, and go there, and then jump to their LinkedIn, jump to their this and that, and just start linking everybody to everything. And it's like, okay, so you got metadata. Well, now you've got a whole shit ton of metadata, and everybody's related to everybody. What are you gonna do now? I would love to see something like that released. And because that would really put a damper on a lot of this metadata tracking. If all of a sudden everybody's related to everybody.
Oh wow.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but it's like if you did something like that, it's gonna have to be.
And girls, what do you think we ought to do about Adrian? Because we can't just talk for 3 hours and then.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
it's being recorded. He can watch the replay.
Let's call him on his phone. See if he moves.
Hey, I'm drinking too, and I'm not passed out yet. So, and I've got a longer beard than him. I guess I'll have to put up a webcam next week to prove that. But
What are you drinking?
Since I'm between jobs, I went for the most rock gut stuff I could find. I looked for McCormick whiskey, and I actually found something cheaper called Canadian Leaf.
Oh my god. Sounds like acid.
That's like bum wine. But
it's like $17 for a 1.5 liter bottle. So
now, to top it off, do you have the clear plastic cups?
Cup? No. I mean, I'd take that stupid little plastic,
Is somebody
off the
calling
top.
Adrian?
Probably. Yeah, whatever little plastic limiter is on the top of the plastic 1.75 liter bottle.
He's not even
pop it off and I even drink.
Oh wow! Adrian.
The Rocky.
He is out of it. He is out of it. He is out of it.
But yeah, I think security is going to be interesting. We got to find a way where we can certify people at cons, but it's like happens at cons. It's free. You get the cert, you get the expert, or you get the fake spurt sticker.
And that's great for the sub-enterprise companies. I mean, but the problem at the enterprise level, it's the HR people, they're if you're able to get through the electronic filters and get an actual interview, you're still interviewing with somebody that doesn't have the technical knowledge. Because so at the enterprise level, there's always going to be that huge gap, and that's I don't know, in a way that's what I'd like to see get fixed so that I could proceed with my career in that direction. But at the same time, it's like, well, in a way I'd like to see that crash and burn, and
it's already crashed and burned. There's
So
just
Not
too
in
much
certain
money.
big companies,
just
I'm
too
not going
much
to mention
money.
any names, but I didn't have to do this for Oracle. Let's just say everybody wants to work for this big company. They give out a lot of free snacks and stuff.
Google.
So they contacted me for an
Dude, they have
interview.
ping pong tables.
Yeah, they
Dude.
have a lot of stuff.
There you
Dude,
go.
I went as a contractor. It is amazing.
Yeah, I heard that. Well, they contacted me to interview, and the first, like the recruiter was asking me about like, computer stack. I was able to answer the questions obviously, but I was like, damn, I've never had a recruiter. Because I looked her up on LinkedIn, getting back to social media. Her background was in like marketing or communication. But she was like, oh, that's correct. That's correct. And then I went for the second round, and they made me log in to this site and do some programming. Like, they didn't like ask a lot of questions. They made me get on like a link and
Like Hacker Rank? Something like that?
yes, it's like HackerRank.
I love Hacker Rank. It's fun.
It is fun, but yeah, I think a lot of companies are like going toward that. I know that that big colorful company does that. I mean, I ultimately
But if you're not going in for IT security specific, they're not going to run you through that. Like the place I started at, I didn't even know it was an interview. I got a phone call one day, and I found out later that was actually the interview that got me the job. But at the time, they're asking me, like about specific models of a certain brand of server and this, and I was like, I mean, computers are computers. Okay, you got a couple power supplies that are redundant. You got a RAID card. You got redundant arrays. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a Dell, HP, Lenovo, IBM. I mean, it's, from the hardware side of things, it's, I mean, a server, well, especially the
Same
ones
shit,
they were
different
asking me
dog.
about. They weren't asking about like AIX or Solaris or HPU. I mean, they're asking about like x86 crap, and for a long. I mean, even during our team meetings early on, people were asking. Like one time somebody said something about Proliant and server, and I'm like,
wow.
What the hell? I'm Proliant
Reliant?
server.
Oh.
I mean, come on, it's a glorified desktop. You put a couple power supplies in it, slap in a RAID card and an ILO card, and you call it a server. I mean, what the hell?
Just buy a mainframe. Just go ahead from IBM. It's already been pawned.
Did you ever get? I had a recruiter called me. It was from a company out of the blue, and they called me because they looked at my LinkedIn after I bitched at them for a service, and so they called me and they were like, "Well, on Solaris, how would you rate yourself?" I'm like, 10. I'm awesome. And they were asking me every question they asked. I'm like, I'm awesome at it. I'm the best.
Without giving any details.
Because I was such an ass during to the recruiter. They don't know. The HR person. I actually ended up. I'm like, all right, this is going to be a joke. So they called me.
You probably could have quoted some PHP code to them and got the job.
Pretty much.
I
get through. So they have a.
Do you know WordPress?
Call.
I know WordPress. I'm awesome.
They have a cattle call. It's raining. So like during the interview, and I'm like, this is a joke, because the guy that was sitting next to me had like 10 or 12 years of Solaris, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to get this job. So my shoes were a little wet, so I just kicked them off, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting this job. I interviewed with this guy, and because I was so relaxed, I was answering the questions, and so he was like, I'm going to bring you back, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So they asked me, they're like, why do you want the job? And I said, oh, because satellite, it was for Comcast. I said, satellite blocks out the flyers. I said, no, I don't want to pay for your service. So if I work here, I'll get it for free and I'll get to watch the flyers. So they brought me back, and then I went through another technical interview, and I ended up working for Comcast for a couple of years.
Wow.
Nice.
But I got that. That is the strangest, like how I ended up there was because I complained to them.
Well, because you just honey badger it all the way.
I did honey badger it.
Yeah.
I honey badgered that job.
I don't give a fuck. You
Yeah,
suck.
you know,
I'm the best.
like that interview I didn't know was a phone call. You know, or that phone call that I didn't know was an interview. They sent me this package that had like drug test, kit and this and that, and then I went to the local, place which is right down the street that I could walk to drunk, and and I did my test, and they didn't even have the results yet, and I didn't even know. I mean, when I got brought on as a contractor, I really didn't know if I had a job. I just showed up and they put me to work. I didn't know if I was going to get paid or not. And then, like 5 days into it, I got an employee ID. I was like, okay, that's a step. Let's see if I actually get a paycheck, and a couple of days later, I finished the first week and Barrel went through. And after, a week later, I got a check. I was like, wow, I got hired. But yeah, it was so funny because I just showed up and I don't know. It's just, I mean, that was another thing. It being in the right place at the right time, like Denise said, or her team. Your team's hiring right now. That's kind of where I was. I was actually under my CEO at the time was Mark Hurd, and while he at that time, and when he was cutting everything, he had his little pet project of consolidating these 300 plus global quote unquote data centers, which might be, an x86 Windows 2K box in a closet somewhere, into these standardized, centrally located and, standardized servers at X number of data centers. And so I was on the receiving end of where all the money was going at the time, and it worked great for that. I mean, I was able to exploit the hell out of that, and in my last two jobs before that, I worked for my brother-in-law at an accounting firm and did IT work on the side, filled in for his, doing accounting work for his clients until I built up my client base. And before that, I was a truck driver. I never saw an enterprise environment. The biggest company I ever saw, they had a Windows domain and they had 12 workstations and and like 2 or 3 servers, and that was the biggest thing I ever saw.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden I'm like in HP's core, next generation data centers. And then
Oh, shit.
and I learned quick. I knew what I didn't know, I made a point to figure out, and I made impressions and got hired on full term. And 8 years later, I was a valued member of the team until they started looking for cheaper labor. And that's kind of where it went. I mean, it's just, it's so. I don't know. It's just so funny, that what they were looking for in an interview, I didn't even realize was an interview, and it kind of just blew off as general knowledge questions. Oh, well, have you ever worked on a DL360 server? Okay, well, it's just an x86 computer with a couple power supplies and an ILO card, and a RAID card. I mean, yeah. And when I got on their Unix team, I was actually impressed with the whole. We were big on the Itanium infrastructure, obviously, and I really liked how the integration between the firmware and the Itanium, at the hardware level, where when you need to troubleshoot something. I mean, if you actually understood where the bits were going and what was happening, you could look at the management processor logs and see bit for bit where things were dropped on which PCIX path. And, I mean, you actually had intelligent firmware, to troubleshoot. You could see where the problems were. And I loved that. And I could use the hell out of that and I could fix everything, hardware wise. And then also having an understanding of how things worked, non-hardware wise. I carved out my niche really quick and got a reputation, but all of a sudden I promoted myself out of a job because they're paying me more than $12,000 a year that they could hire in Malaysia. You know, you know?
Fuck.
That's just that kind of makes me sad that people get priced out of a job. They don't realize. So if you understand it's you don't find a lot of people who understand the fundamentals.
Exactly. I mean, so many of my peers, I was blown away it took me 5 years to understand how the fuck somebody could be working for HP and not know what a subnet was. But
You're joking, right?
but it made sense eventually, because when they had a network problem, they called the network guy. And when they had a Oracle problem, they called the database person. When they had an X problem, they called the X person. I mean, everything was so compartmentalized, they didn't have to know anything besides their very limited, narrow scope of, I mean, they knew how LVM worked, and that was all they needed to be a sysadmin for Unix.
Oh wow, that sounds like a sweatshop.
For a long time, that's all they needed. But but the people that the people that stagnated at their preferred levels and had the cush jobs because all they had to know was LVM and they can make 60, 70, 80 a year, and Mark Hurd kind of got rid of all those people. So they're looking for the people that were advancing, and so I jumped on that bandwagon and I started advancing. Well, then I advanced to the point where, okay, they don't, I'm too expensive to keep because on paper, they can replace me for 12 to 14K a year in Malaysia. And now, a couple months later, more than that, but I called one of my coworkers, and and he tells me about this escalation where they had a series of events that cost them like $1 billion in losses. And it was like, okay, no surprise. Glad to hear it. I knew that was coming. Thank you for the confirmation, but it's no breaking news, and that's how it is. And I'm really torn because like the current CEO of now HPE, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, woohoo. She knows how to talk to the shareholders in the shareholder meetings. And I'm seeing all this shit just going insanely downhill in the company, and how things are just completely out of control. Yet I joined the All Hands webcast, before the quarter numbers are released, and I hear the CFO's spin on everything, on how everything's maybe good, or they'll say, well, we're according to GAAP processes this, but according to non-GAAP we're this. Well, what's the definition of non-GAAP? Well, what's the definition of GAAP? Generally accepted accounting principles. So non-generally accepted accounting principles, they're doing really good. Why is that a good thing? I mean, seriously.
Holy crap.
And there've been a bunch of things since then. I mean, they're spinning off my entire team that I used to work with. They're all shoveled over to the spin-off company with CSC.
Is it CrowdStrike? I heard a lot of you guys went to CrowdStrike. People from HP.
I don't know what the company name is, but they did what they call a spin merge with CSC, where they took the entire enterprise services department of HPE and spun it into a merger with CSC, and they're giving it a new name. I don't know what that name is, and I don't really care. All I know is that was a big enough flag that okay, I need to sell them all the shares I got from from bonuses and whatnot. I gotta sell that shit now, because that's it, and they spun off some of their, a big part of their software stuff. They spun off that. And it's like, what the hell do they even do anymore? I was in the Soft Chewy Center hardcore. I was on the escalation team. When anything broke, they'd escalate to the fucking Malaysian people that didn't know what the hell was going on. Couldn't chew their way out of a wet paper bag, and they'd engage us. I actually, it got to the point where I get engaged on escalation, and my first question wasn't what was wrong or when did it break or what happened. It was why didn't you Google or who Googled such and such? Once they told me what the problem is, okay, who Googled it? I was getting engaged for escalations, and literally I just had to Google the problem and tell the damn Oracle GDBA what the hell the problem was.
Oh wow!
It was
Stack
so
Overflow it.
It was so
Copy
fucked
paste it.
up. It wasn't even anything advanced. It was just stupid shit that were known bugs. It wasn't even a highly technical problem. It was just
Oh wow!
they hired all these certification boys from
Cert babies. Remember the word cert babies.
cert babies. Gender
Cert
independent.
Yep.
They hired all these cert babies from Malaysia, and they ditched all these 70 to 120K a year U.S. engineers because they could replace them with these 12K a year Malaysian engineers, and now we're having escalations every fucking day because of it, and I'm having to clean up the mess. And I got completely sick of it. I mean, I was going through a massive depression, and it was like, okay, I didn't want to quit because to quit without having a new job, that can bite you on the back.
Yeah.
Just going
So
to say, Brian, I was just going to say, welcome to Marie. She's just joined. She's quite a cool person. She's into her tech and stuff, and she's quite a regular poster on 2600, and I've known her for about 4 or 5 years. So yeah, if we make her welcome. And I was going to say, what do you guys do for your entertainment? What are your favorite YouTube channels? What do you watch?
me or her?
Anybody?
I watch a lot of I'm a documentary junkie. I love watching documentaries. I'm a little embarrassed to admit that.
You should be.
Don't be.
Well, don't be.
Don't be.
I watch a lot
Just
too.
kidding.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not what you watch; it's how you watch it.
Right.
What perspective you're watching it from. And I'm sure, Denise, you're watching it from perspective that is not in the. Well, George Carlin made a statement in one of his presentation, his routines, that, okay, imagine, the 50% of Americans are X amount dumb, or the average intelligence is X. Well, half the people were dumber than that. I mean, you're obviously not watching it from that perspective. So it's a matter of perspective you're watching a documentary from. So you don't have to be embarrassed about watching a documentary. I watch them all the time.
I like factual stuff though. I think it's nice to be watching something that's not exaggerated in any way, and actually, I mean, documentaries, sometimes you don't benefit from them. I think some documentaries are still done for entertainment, but
Michael Moore.
Well, there's a few that are there for education as well. Some of them,
and even the ones that are there with all the misinformation and trying to spin you a certain way to get hits or clickbait or whatever. If you have the wisdom to watch them appropriately, you can still pick out a nugget or two here and there. It's no different than taking a company sponsored training class that is just droning monotonous bullshit 99% of the time, but that 1% you can still pick out something. Is it worthwhile enough to pay $5,000 to take the class yourself? No. But if the company's paying for it, okay, I can get that 1%.
Well, like for example, and I watch a lot of stuff on YouTube, a lot of different things. Sometimes it depends on my mood, because sometimes I'll just sit and watch videos. Like I love Amy Winehouse. Like I listen to all her albums. Like, yeah, that's if I'm in the mode.
Good choice. Good choice.
That's in the, that and Pink Floyd's, especially Time. Like that's like my moment. Like I'm like, oh man, I'm just into something. I'm just heavy thought process. I'll just put on Time on repeat, or Aaron Schwartz documentary.
Yeah.
You know, I love watching anything like tech related. Especially, I got to throw this plug in, even though he's sleeping. Irongeek, I'll go there and just go through all the videos.
What a great guy. I mean, there might be people watching our podcast eventually that might not even know who Aaron Schwartz is.
True, and that's sad.
Yeah.
There's a documentary on YouTube about Aaron Schwartz. I sat and watched it. I watched it a few times. It was that good.
Yeah. For the people watching, Aaron Schwartz is a person who, from a very young age, worked on technologies such as like the RSS protocol and
Reddit.
Also Reddit, yeah. And he was caught basically copying some documents that
we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, public. But I mean, we could argue about the ownership of those documents for quite a long time. But basically, he was caught downloading some documents from a place called JSTOR. They caught him, and instead of just disconnecting the laptop, they got evidence on him downloading the actual files from the place.
They made him an example.
Yeah,
every time you mention him, I keep remembering one scene that I must have saw in a YouTube video where he was in his little closet where he had the laptop physically hooked up, and security walked in on him. That's the one image that really stands out to me. You know, and that just as easily probably could have been any one of us. I know it could have been me.
Yeah.
So something really important that's getting left out is that they actually did not want to prosecute him. The copyright holder of the said documents had no will to prosecute him, and the Department of Defense still went after him, or Department of Justice.
This is what I'm telling you. He found something.
For torrenting,
in there.
He had the legal rights to.
Yeah, he either found something or they thought he found something. Either way, follow the money trail or follow the conspiracy trail. You know, whatever makes you happier, that's fine. You know, I mean, when I first heard about that, you know, the shuttle that burned up in orbit, my first question was, who the hell was that scientist that was on board? What did he know?
Right.
I think it's tragic what happened to him though, and he was such a clever person. I think because he was getting into politics at the time of everything that ultimately happened.
Yeah.
He would have eventually been your president. I'm pretty
No,
sure.
but imagine how scary that is from that point of view. A hacker, that's a politician.
It's
it's probably not going to get to that point. I mean, look at the election before this one with Herman Cain. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit biased because I am in Atlanta. That's where Herman Cain, came out of. Was local, and I listened to him years before I heard his, before he ran for president. In fact, it was kind of funny. I started listening to him because Neil Bortz was his predecessor, and he retired because Obama got elected the first time. Yeah, he said, if Obama gets elected, I'm retiring. I'm gone. And Herman Cain was his replacement. I liked Herman, but he was he was more of an average guy, or successful businessman guy. But when when he started gaining too much momentum, the powers that be smacked his ass down.
Yeah.
That didn't happen to Trump, so that leaves me wondering, okay, well, what's Trump's trump card? Why was he allowed to make it this far? But that's all conspiracy stuff. But
I think if we're talking about stuff like that as well, you ought to mention Barnaby Jack.
Definitely.
Barnaby Jack.
He didn't run for president, though.
No, he didn't run for president, but he was about to do a rather important presentation, and somebody obviously didn't want him to do that presentation.
Yeah, and no disrespect to him whatsoever, but there are a lot of people that were about to give presentations, and they got snuffed out. It's
Yeah, man,
messed up.
that's the power of BD down in San Diego.
Can you guys name it? Yeah, can you tell me about their presentations, what they're about to present on, or anything, or?
I'll have to. I forget his name, and I'd know it if I heard it. He was a guy that he was touring on speaking about underground military bases in not only in the U.S. but on how where the connections were with other countries, and these high-speed trains. You can go from base to base to base, basically all over the world, underground. And he gave a presentation in Florida, and he was scheduled to give one in Atlanta, and that's where he was gonna drop the bomb, so to speak. And he never made it here.
I think you've got to be very careful though. There's a lot of I think I know which person you're talking about, and there's so many people in that area to make a quick dollar, to make a book, to write a book, to sell their story, to
definitely, I agree with that.
So you've got to be really careful with the kind of. I think the way he passed away, and his wife, and I don't know. There's a lot of strange things around that particular story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all I have to say is that it's just, I mean, at this point, like the times we live in right now and the powers that be, if they really want to smack you down, it's like they store all the data. They don't look at it until you pop out.
Exactly. Like when Herman Cain got too much when he got too much popularity, they came up with a complete fabrication and squashed him. And what that didn't happen to Trump, and that alone is cause for suspicion. Okay, I mean that kind of implies that okay, he is connected to the inner circle, whatever you want to call it, because he never would have been allowed to get to the point where he is. Yeah, call it whatever the hell you want. I mean, it's it really doesn't matter. I mean, if you're able to publicly get to a certain position, you're not going to be an outsider and run for president and make it. That's not going to happen. Not here.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about this kind of area and subjective hacking and fringe science, have you heard the story about Stanley Myers? Do you know who Stanley Myers is?
Lay it on us.
I can say that does not ring a bell. Please.
Welcome back, Adrian. Stanley Myers.
Well, you're back, Adrian? Why are you still asleep?
You well rested now, dude.
Adrian, welcome.
My brain reawoken, and I have more mead, so I'm back.
No, stop it.
All right.
I'm back in black.
All right.
Hey.
Yeah, Stanley Myers invented a water-powered car.
What's going on?
He invented a water-powered car in the 1980s, and he went to a meeting with some people from the UN or NATO or something, I forget, and he drank a drink that they'd bought for him, and he came out clutching his throat and telling his brother that he'd been poisoned, and basically they snuffed him out apparently. But if you type Stanley Myers into your YouTube, you'll find quite a few videos on him.
The best way to do something is to actually find the invention, get no credit, leave the ego aside, and put it out there.
Well, it's like the story of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, when it was first in.
What was that person's name again? Can you put it into the chat so I can Google it when I'm sober?
Yeah, no worries. It's Stanley M-E-Y. I think that's how you spell it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like the story of Bitcoin. The person who wrote Bitcoin first just dropped it on the internet and then left. Nobody had any idea of how many Bitcoins were generated before it publicly hit the internet. So yeah, it was a Japanese guy, was it? Somebody here is going to know more about Bitcoins than me.
The thing is, Sakoto,
what was the fucking name?
Satoshi,
there it is.
Thank you.
But the thing is,
something, but it's not one person. They believe it to be several people, like a group of 5 people or so.
Right.
Yeah, and the thing is, I used to use Bitcoin to test render farms. Like I did like high-end post-production stuff and testing render farms, and I used to run Bitcoins when they were like 3 Bitcoins a penny.
Wow.
Do you know, if I'd have got into Bitcoins when it first came about, I'd be retiring now. Definitely.
If I had gotten into it when I found out about Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was about $17 each, I did the math on one of the little calculators, and I would have made 54 Bitcoins before it would have become not profitable for the graphics card I had. Dude, 54 Bitcoin right now would be amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
A guy from Wales in England threw away a PC with over 500 Bitcoins on. It's in a landfill somewhere in the UK.
Oh my God.
No
Why are you not in the landfills right now?
He is in the landfill.
I'm getting on the floor. I can't get on a flight right now. Damn it, Trump.
Why? Why not?
I'm nervous.
No, seriously.
If there was any reason to dumpster dive, those 500 Bitcoins are it.
Yeah, just eBay for hard drives and
somebody probably
put your sources to UK and see what you get.
My fiance just said that someone lost 40,000 on a thumb drive as well.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Why would you not back up your wallet? Like that's like if you're not going to back up anything else, back up your Bitcoin wallet.
Well, make sure it's encrypted too, in case you lose it.
I bought a little piece of crap server off of eBay, several years ago, and it was an HP because that's what I was familiar with at the time. And in the ILO interface, I saw clear evidence that this used to be an Amazon server, and I emailed the guy, and asked him, if it was, if it came from Amazon, and it was kind of funny because you could kind of tell the hesitation in his response, because he didn't know what I found, even though he sent me a server with no hard drives. And I didn't have shit. I just had what was in the ILO, and it obviously looked like an Amazon, naming convention, and and he confirmed that, but. Yeah, it's you never know what you might get off of eBay if you get something with hard drives. You it.
Printers as well. Printers and photocopiers have hard disks inside them.
That's true. Very true. But
they're going back to the story on the Bitcoins though. The link I've just posted, it was £4 million worth of Bitcoins he lost, and over 7,500 Bitcoins.
And a machine.
Yeah, it's in a dump in.
How did he throw away this machine? Did he like somebody kicked him out or something, or did he got mad?
James Howells, 28, would be a Bitcoin multimillionaire if he could lay his hands on the computer drive containing his fortune, but the digital cash lost in a mountainous landfill in Newport, South Wales, where the binman took it after he accidentally threw it away during a clear out. So yeah. And I bet you it's worth more than 4.6 million now from the time that this article was written.
That sounds like a good precedence for a DEF CON presentation. You know, how I eBayed for $10 and 20 million in Bitcoin.
It says I kept the hard drive in a drawer in a drawer in my office for 3 years without a second thought. Totally forgot about the Bitcoin altogether. When I found out the price, what the price was, I realized the Bitcoins I have mined were on the drive I'd thrown away. God damn it!
Wow.
Oh, he's never gonna. He's never gonna forgive himself. That's like some serious psychological. Jeez.
Yeah. Seriously, that's a moment where he needs to just get some alcohol, some Tennessee whiskey, and put on Eric Carmen All By Myself and just cry.
Wait.
All he needs to do is go. He just needs to go over to Adrian's and crash on his couch as an illegal immigrant.
It was at that moment James knew. Fucked up.
All by myself.
Adrian, I need some Mesa.
All by myself. Hey, boy.
I need some mead, Mesa. Or I need some mead, Adrian.
And you know what? The song gets even sadder when he's like, when I was young, he'd be like, damn. I never needed anyone.
Oh, that's a blues shit, isn't it? Oh, crap. Who did that song? I never need anyone. Who did that song originally? What lyrics am I thinking of, man?
What lyrics did you
I forgot
say?
who did it. I forgot who did it originally.
Shazam it, bro. Shazam it.
What the hell? I know it's real. I'm drinking out of a Dickie's barbecue pit cup.
Oh, shit.
How does that even happen?
I don't know, man. I just picked up a random cup out the kitchen.
Budget cuts.
Budget cuts. Are you working with Bill too?
No, oh my gosh. I kid you not. Yeah.
One of the cups I got from a friend of mine had Vyvanse on it.
Yeah.
And like 4 years later, I wound up on those meds. I was like, damn.
Wait. What city is Dickie's Barbecue out of?
This thing is in Northern Virginia. I'm in Centerville.
Shit. Okay.
All right, we all want cups.
Yeah, there's a y'all ever been to B-Sides Nashville?
No.
I don't remember who caters it, but the best fucking barbecue. I don't like potato salad normally, but who the fuck caters B-Sides Nashville? That is some good fucking potato salad. And the barbecue's good. It's all good. I hear there's like a competition between like what is it, Memphis barbecue, and Nashville barbecue, and like St. Louis barbecue. But,
yeah. If Texas isn't in there, it can't be a competition.
I don't lose enough cons in Texas.
I got no competition. They all compete with me.
But
my barbecue is the
I love me some Tennessee barbecue.
Well, yeah. I went down to Austin, Texas. It had some of that damn Ruby's barbecue. I have some of that shipped back here. Ruby's barbecue.
Case
that
point
barbecue. Oh my
Case
God.
point match.
Shit. I mean, that was some of the best barbecue I had. Oh. Damn, I need to catch a flight.
I've never lived in Texas. Never, well, I've driven through there, but I've never even been there. But when I start doing barbecue competitions, look, if you don't have Texas in there, no.
Only Texas con I've recorded, I think, is Hooset Con one year, and that was just 1 year, and I couldn't make it this year.
Yeah, I don't even know what cons they have. Hey, Adrian, now that you're conscious, what all cons are in Atlanta?
Oh shit, man. Then I used to always show up for like Skydog had a con down there called Outer Zone, which got canceled because well, that's a long story.
Yeah.
Besides that one, there was also one that some people that were involved with the oh crap. Oh, what was that organization called? It lost some respect. I can't remember its name. But Atlanta, the one I used to always attend used to be Skydog's Outer Zone. But besides that, I don't recall the names.
Is there no B-sides in Atlanta?
I think there is. Surely there's a B-side to Atlanta. But I don't think I've been involved with it, no.
Okay, I'm fairly northeast of Atlanta, but I'm definitely. I mean, I'm.
Hackaholic. Those are Hackaholic for a while.
I've never been to a single security conference in my life, and I'd like to find something close. So no, just wondering what was out there.
And dude, if you ever get a chance, please do yourself a favor, come to DerbyCon, my friend.
Oh fuck yeah, DerbyCon.
That's Kentucky,
please.
right?
All right,
I'm telling you.
You all know what I look like, right? In real life.
I want free tickets.
As long as you're wearing that skunk cap, we'll know you.
No, I know.
Yeah, we know you.
All right, come find a crazy motherfucker that looks like this, and what we'll do is you all can come drink mead with me. My house, my place. I don't know which day of the con it will be. Friday or Saturday. But we will be drinking mead up in my room. So come on up and we will drink some mead.
Mead's a little too. Mead is too tame. I'm sorry. Wine just doesn't have the right alcohol content.
Mead is less tame of a mead, motherfuckers. But regardless, there will probably be someone up there with some.
If it's less than 80 proof, I'm like, why the hell are you diluting it?
I'm a Maker's Mark kind of girl. I like Maker's Mark.
Well, it might have some of that too, so just come the fuck up.
Do you know what's really good?
DerbyCon.
Maker's Mark and coconut water. That's what we need.
Is DerbyCon anywhere else but Kentucky, or is
Louisville, Kentucky?
Come on now.
DerbyCon will always be Louisville, Kentucky. There are two main things. Well, we have bourbon because we're nearby.
Bourbon's good.
Kentucky. So we have bourbon, and we have mead because I'm there.
I'll tolerate your mead as long as there's bourbon there.
There will be some bourbon in the nearby vicinity.
Thank you, but no thank you, friend. The diabetes is all yours. Keep that sweet thing.
Honestly, I guarantee you come to DerbyCon, that you'll really enjoy it, man. I mean,
be careful of those guarantees. I want my money back if I.
No, you ain't gonna want your money back. I guarantee.
No, I don't care if he says guaranteed or not. Because if I cared, I'd ask him what the terms of that guarantee are. But I don't care.
Wait.
DerbyCon, I want to be there.
Let me tell you a DerbyCon secret.
This is going to be the last year at the Hyatt. Then they're going to move it to the hotel next door.
Charles,
what month?
You tell Charles.
What month is DerbyCon?
September.
Okay.
Thank you. Always in September.
Last September, generally speaking.
Yep. I guarantee. This is about to be my 4th year. I guarantee you, man. I don't miss.
I've watched the YouTube videos. And I keep up with basically everything Adrian's filmed and several others.
Charles.
So,
did you get come up to the mead drinking and the karaoke this last time?
Yes, I did.
Oh man, we were fucked up.
Oh, if you're just drinking mead, okay, I'll come there and drink.
I was drinking whatever someone else brought, and we were singing "Who Knows What" to karaoke. I was surprised. Now, the previous year we got the cops.
Who knows what? I need to copyright a song by that name.
This year we did not. The cops called on us. I don't know how we did not. But
I'm just glad you didn't.
this 2016 DerbyCon, the cops did not get called on us. I think someone, maybe my boss now, may have been in a flight below me. But anyway, we got away with it. I have a couple of friends who are like wedding planners, and they had a karaoke machine, and they brought it with us to DerbyCon, and we had a good time at DerbyCon 2016. So I hope to do the same thing at DerbyCon 2017, but there may be some cops called. I don't give a shit. It's all good.
DerbyCon.
Sounds good. I'll put it on my calendar. I actually plan on going to DEF CON one year with a coworker of mine, but she kind of chickened out last minute. But
no. I'm sorry. And like I said, all respect to DEF CON. They've been there for a long time.
It's a different animal, I'm sure.
It's different. Yeah, it's different. But
once you get in size, it becomes a different thing.
Yeah. I totally get that. I want to
That's all the meat I have left.
Wow. But DerbyCon is family. That's the only way I can describe it. Everybody is like family.
That's awesome. I need to go there. It's gone to top. It's pushed down with several buffers under it.
Yeah.
My bucket list. So.
Any of you guys been to HopeCon?
I've been to Hope.
I've not been to Hope yet. Hope. I've seen Hope videos, and it always seemed very political to me. And that's one reason I have not been there.
It's a different vibe. And the only reason I even go to Hope is because I'm originally from New York, and I just go back to visit people in Yonkers, and then I go from Yonkers to.
I did my laundry in Yonkers once.
You did what? In Yonkers?
I did my laundry in Yonkers once when I was an over-the-road truck driver, and I had a girlfriend I met online years ago, and she was in White something.
White Plains.
Yeah, White Plains, and Yonkers was a convenient place to meet up in, and I did my laundry there.
Wow. Yeah, I grew up along the Hudson River.
What a miracle.
Yeah.
I don't know what it'd be like to grow up in such a big city. I mean, I grew up basically in the Louisville, Kentucky area. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where the Gauls facility is? GALLS?
No, not the Gauls. I know what the Gauld House is.
Interesting. You haven't heard? You're in Lexington, or you're familiar with Lexington? You don't know of Gauls?
No. Well, Lexington vaguely. I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay.
And
that explains
man, I was and like I said, like in the summertime, I would spend the summertime with my grandmother in Tennessee.
Don't be picking up that gun. I'm gonna have to get a webcam for the next. I'm gonna have to show up your beard and your gun. You might get me on the. Well, not might. You got me on the knowledge, but I'm gonna get you on the beard and the guns.
and we used to go to Maggie Valley, North Carolina, Ghost Town, and like Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. I actually got to meet Dolly Parton at Dollywood. She
seemed pretty cool. I've seen some like videos of people meeting her, like fans and so forth. Dolly's a pretty cool lady.
Yeah, she's nice. She is nice. Yeah, so I mean, fun times, man. But yeah, again, like I said.
So now that I'm definitely going to DerbyCon, is there anything closer to Atlanta that would be a second place or a fifth place? Not even a fifth place for Atlanta. Okay. I'll go to DerbyCon.
Oh, it's been a few years since I've been there. Like last Atlanta con I've been at, I can think of was it was a Hacker Harder in Atlanta back in the days when who are the people who administrate the oh crap
do I need to try to organize one? Maybe that's where this is going.
Well, I mean. Maybe. Why not?
Hey, I'll sponsor some of it. I got some Bitcoins.
I mean, like I say, I'm way out of the city northeast, but I don't know if it's appropriate for me to jump in trying to sponsor a con if I haven't even attended any, but I've watched a bunch on YouTube. I don't know how much.
Did y'all get to go to Outer Zone?
What was that?
Outer Zone. Well, I was in Atlanta. Outer Zone.
No, I wasn't.
My dog puts on a good con.
Are there historic references to Outer Zone available?
Yes, if you go look up
Okay,
Outer Zone, I don't know the exact spelling because he put some zeros in that shit. But Outer Zone used to be a lot of fun, and he had it in Atlanta because there was a place called Inner Zone, and for some reason the founder of Inner Zone pissed off Skydog, and Skydog decided to do Outer Zone in like a competing hotel, and he continued on past Inner Zone. But Skydog's Con was a lot of fun. I went there for quite a few years.
I spoke to
at year 10, he decided to stop it.
Yeah, I spoke to Skydog once just via email. I asked him a random question, and he actually replied to me. I was quite surprised. It was cool.
Skydog's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I like Skydog. He's cool dude.
All right.
I'm glad y'all preached about DerbyCon because DerbyCon is a lot of fun, and that is my local con. That is the con I have to be at every year. Otherwise, Dave Kinley will whoop my ass.
I'm definitely gonna.
You need Come
I'm
on.
definitely gonna try. I'm definitely gonna try and make that. Definitely before I try to sponsor anything, because and that's just out of respect. And I can't.
Kind of bad. I had to back out on a con this year because I've recorded every single B-side.
You record so much, Adrian. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
I had to back on B-sides. B-sides. Alabama. B-sides. Rocket City. This year because, well, Mom passed away, so
I actually got my General Ham license at Huntsville Ham Convention. So I remember. I'm in Atlanta, but I went to a ham convention in Huntsville, Rocket City, just to get my General license or advanced license actually at that time, and I was dying every single freaking billboard and license plate I could see on the drive there. That's definitely not out of grasp.
It's a good little B-sides, and I kind of I'll miss it this year because I can't make it because
So, Brian,
you can't be everywhere all the time. We're grateful for where you can be.
We have a great little what is it? Clams and Half Show place that was back behind the hotel that they had me staying at, and I recommend going to that.
Any of you guys into ham radio?
I am, even though I let my license expire, even though it has a 10-year renewal, I definitely am into it. I don't believe it's enforced that much. I can still pursue anything I damn well please, and I don't think I have to worry about legalities. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in the ham scene.
Yeah, it's cool. I haven't done much, but I got one of those Baofeng handsets, and I got a couple of them actually. My son was
shit.
Yeah,
I got one of those. I have one of those, like, people say buy this particular El Cheapo ham radio just as much as you can, and I have it, and I have it sat on my fucking desk, and I have not done shit with it.
I have an Icon 706 that I bought when I was, trucking. I actually heard somebody in Missouri that was selling an IC 706. I was like, "Holy shit, that's the Holy Grail radios! I want that."
Yeah.
And I bought it at way under retail, and it was just 2 weeks ago. I plugged it up outside, hooked it to the the battery in my truck, and while I was working outside on my other truck, I was listening to the freaking airplanes landing at the local radio. It's things have changed a lot as far as listening to things. Everyone's gone trunked and digital and this and that, and I can't even scan local departments anymore because I haven't bought any of the high dollar scanners, but but my IC 706, I can still listen to the airplane. I can talk to them if I wanted to violate some rules, but I can listen to them. Coming into the local little airport. And
did you hear about that guy from Australia that started transmitting on the airband frequencies?
No, what happened?
Oh, he got arrested. It was an ex-employee from one of the airports, and he was causing chaos with the ATC.
Well, I remember seeing a DEFCON presentation where somebody, or it might have been Black Hat, but I mean, some presentation on YouTube. Somebody's running their flight simulator program, but they had it plugged into actual aircraft data, and they claim they didn't do it, in the presentation, but they just as easily could have, obviously, just by changing hardware and
Yeah.
transmit they're using, where they could have actually virtually buzzed the tower, and the ATC wouldn't have known any different, except
I've
they
watched
couldn't
that.
see anything but buzzing the tower, but it
Yeah.
would have been there on their transponders and all.
That's wicked talk. Yeah, I can't think who did it. I can't think if it's the radio guy or if it's the actual ADSB guy, black hat kind of hacker dude.
Yeah.
He's been on Hack 5 before. And the other guy is
I found that fascinating, just to, because I can understand what he's talking about, and I can see it's like, wow, I could see that being done. And like, geez, you mean I could virtually buzz the tower at Atlanta Hartsfield?
and they got the
I mean, I wouldn't actually do it because obviously, I'd be in jail now. But
is it ACAS? ACAS, the messaging system? I think it was ACAS, maybe.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. And he's done quite a bit of work with ADSB as well. I'm pretty sure. I know which person you're on about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I mean, I was watching, like a lot. I mean, these days you can run a flight simulator program on your PC and tie it into your GPS and SDR, and you can actually, virtually present yourself as an actual plane in the air. I mean, that's I mean, you're an idiot if you do it, but it's amazing that can't be done.
I've got Flight Sim 10, but I've never actually tried that. I know that there's some plugins and extensions and stuff, so it'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say then? I was just going to say something quite related. It's gone.
So I have a
Speak up when
question.
you remember it.
I have a question. So with this ham radio thing, is it true you can send kind of like a Wi-Fi? It looks like kind of like a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network.
You just reminded me. You can do a form of gateway across the internet using ham radio. So you can use like
APRS.
That's the one. Yeah. So you can access the internet. It's very slow. I think what's it, 300 baud or something? Or
yeah, it's slow. Yeah, when I mentioned earlier, I'd been a truck driver in the U.S. before I got into IT, and I had friends that were hams that were truck drivers, and they'd actually have websites where you can pull up their website and you can see where they were in the country, and and if you add APRS, you could actually talk to them while they were there. You could see where they were going.
Is this free?
APRS, yeah.
Yeah.
There are gateways. You can look up gateways on the internet, and then
I don't know anything about like ham radio. I'm like a noob at it, but I want to.
No, there's people that run APRS repeaters. I mean, you have to rely. Yeah, it's free, but it's a question of, is somebody running one that you can hit with your rig? And if you can jump on the network and you can jump through all the hops, and you can talk to anyone else that's on that link. That set of links.
So, Bill, question. So you were like a commercial driver, like a truck driver?
I was, yeah.
How hard is to get that license?
I was working I was working as a civilian at a military base and building up vacation time, and it came to the point where I needed to make a career change and needed to have something to go with, and I had 3 weeks of vacation time built up, and I figured, okay, I'm going to spend the first 2 weeks blasting out as many IT apps as I can, applications, and my fallback plan was to spend that last week going to a truck driving school and hit the road. And, unfortunately or fortunately at the time, I didn't realize that all of my IT resumes were immediately scrapped by the AI receivers at the time. And they just went to dev null. So I wound up going to truck driving school. And, I spent those 3 weeks, going through truck driving school, and then bebopped around the country, got a divorce, and just kind of lived in my truck for several years. I don't regret it at all, but it was interesting. But as far as getting the CDL, it's not too hard to do.
What's the most interesting thing you ever saw in your truck?
I was driving down Interstate 25 in New Mexico, north of a city called Truth and Consequences, believe it or not. And I was just I was fascinated by the sunset on the left. And I took a lot of pictures when I was out there, and I saw the sunset. It was beautiful, and then I saw all these people pulled off on the side of the road, and they were facing their cameras the other way, and I was like, what the hell are they looking at? I pulled over and I stopped, and at the same time, there's this beautiful sunset on my left, and on the right side, there was a double rainbow.
Oh, fantastic. Cool.
Double rainbow across the sky all the way?
Well, yeah, I guess it was like a 90-degree arc of it. I mean, but it was amazing. I could see this, this beautiful sunset on one side of the road and this beautiful double rainbow on the other side. I was like, wow. One time I was going through Arizona on some, state highways, not the big roads, the interstates, and I stopped off at a brake check area at the top of the mountain, to sleep. Where a bunch of other trucks were pulled off, and I had bought a night vision scope at a truck stop, some years before that. And just for the hell of it, I looked. It was a clear sky. I was on top of the mountain, and I decided I'd fire up the night vision scope and just look up into the sky and see. It didn't have any magnification. It was just strictly a Russian first gen night vision phosphorus green screen. Pretty basic. And I was blown away by how many more stars were visible.
Oh yeah.
And it was beautiful.
I heard you get away from the city. Whole bunch of light pollution goes away, and you can see some beautiful shit.
Oh yeah. You get out in the middle of nowhere and get on top of a mountain, you're gold. I mean, it's amazing what you can see. It's
the best sky I've seen has been in Montana, the Big Sky Country, whatever.
I wouldn't argue with that. I haven't personally done it, unfortunately, but I could definitely see that. Yeah,
I went to West Yellowstone to like this retreat thing, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Montana's weird. I mean, because it's like super cold in the summer, but you still have 98-degree summers. It's like I mean, I'd never lived there, but you talk about having all seasons. They've got them all to the extreme.
You guys ever have you ever seen an ice halo, like off the moon?
No,
I've never looked at for that. No.
I got into astronomy a couple of years ago. Got a telescope. I can't even tell you the type of telescope it is. It's cool anyway. On the odd occasion, I have it out on the balcony. And,
can you take pictures with it?
No, I haven't got a camera mount for it at the moment. I have taken a few pictures through the eyepiece, but I haven't actually taken any using a camera mount or a mounted camera yet. But I've got Jupiter, Saturn, the Moon, like Mars, just stupid kind of things. Like it's good just to put up and have a look at the moon. To be honest,
yeah, definitely. I remember I did some research within the past year on what kind of telescope it would take to have resolution and the focal depth to possibly try to see a lunar landing module. See if it was actually there. And I've recently come across some, YouTube videos or whatever where it would actually be a lot easier to do with a much cheaper telescope, if you did it at the time when the shadows were at the point where it would cast a very long shadow on a moonlander, because I wanted to find out for myself, by looking, if, did we actually go there or not? Because there's a lot of evidence saying it's all bullshit.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of evidence saying that we did go there, but I don't think we'll ever know the real story. There's no way that you'll ever find that.
Have you seen them?
I tell you what,
you could actually see the shadow trail of a lunar module at specific coordinates, that where it's supposed to be, then I could say you probably could debunk it in one way or the other.
Do you know the story about the secret astronauts? The people they found these spacesuits with names of people on them that they didn't know that were actual astronauts.
I've heard of that. You're talking about very
Space
close
Spies,
or
maybe.
over the dark side border of the moon.
No. It's
No?
it's nothing like Gary McKinnon or anything like that. It's an actual.
But
It's a true NASA kind of story. These guys were astronauts at the time of the space race when they were building the space lab, but they also did covert missions that were, when they changed the payload at the very last moment.
With the U-2?
Like that. It might have been the U-2, but I'm pretty sure that they were astronauts. So maybe it was at the time that they were doing Space Lab and the U-2 planes. Yeah, it could be.
it'd be interesting because I've heard a lot of evidence either way, and I'm not gonna argue with anybody whether we did or didn't go or whatever. But it's an interesting topic. It's to say the least. So.
Yeah, we'll only know when we go back, and I wished we'd gone back sooner. I wished they've put robots on Mars. Why the hell haven't we got a hotel on the moon? Why isn't there, why isn't there a telescope or a rocket base? Why haven't we done that shit?
Just imagine all the weird sexual positions you get into on the moon.
Yeah.
It's gonna get very messy very quick. It's gonna be everywhere.
Oh yeah.
No
Oh man, sperm and close to zero gravity. That's messy.
I heard Virgin Mobile, one of their first clients was like porn stars to make a video.
Oh shit.
So they're gonna take that thing up there. They're gonna be the first of, I guess, space hot mile.
Hopefully it's not called pigs in space.
Yeah.
Floating semen.
Oh wow.
Y'all remember seeing like Star Trek 6, right? With the floating mahogany blood, the little Klingon blood floating through the air.
Oh god. All I know is that once we hit the moon, we're gonna be intergalactic, and then we're gonna find out that we were in the middle of nowhere because we were banned from the universe because we were bad in the past a long time ago.
For all we know, we already have Stargate that goes straight to the moon anyway.
Do we have any aliens we want to see?
Oh, wow.
I mean, if you're an alien, what is there on Earth that you really want to see?
I think the best new technology though. Have you seen the military cloaking stuff? I mean, there's a couple of videos that have been posted on YouTube. There's some
predator type shit, video recorders that shoot out your back and try to project the same stuff on your front.
Yeah, that looks really cool. I mean, if the consumer grade stuff, if the people are able to do it, they did it on Top Gear, didn't they? They did it to a car on Top Gear where they made a car invisible and they put a camera at the back side front and then projected it onto the other side on flat screens. And I think if they're doing that on a TV show, they're definitely doing it with planes and stuff if they're not,
Oh, dude, they got stuff right now that we don't even fucking know about. Apparently, DARPA is like 100 years advanced.
Yeah, I want to know what the current version of the Philadelphia experiment is.
I know, right? It's like, I bet it's a freaking Prius. Just kidding.
People get all paranoid about aliens and shit. I think most UFO I completely believe in UFOs. Unidentified flying objects.
Yeah, I mean, I could send up a balloon from a hydrogen tank and you wouldn't know what it is, and therefore, by definition, it's a UFO.
Most people who talk about UFOs, I'm thinking it's probably United States Air Force skunkworks shit.
Yeah.
That's what I personally think most of it is. I am when it comes to conspiracy theories or
let me tell you this
out there, I think I go for the easiest fucking explanation, and skunkworks is most of my explanation.
No. Let me tell you something about the military. You think the Army and the Air Force have stuff? How about the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency? It's on top of the CIA. This guys run everything. DARPA, they run everything. Those are the guys who have all the shit you can possibly imagine.
Well, they're the guys.
But their level +1 has even more.
Yeah, I know, right?
Are they the guys that build the stuff that nobody gets to know about? Like DARPA are the ones like, yeah, we're working on this robot. It's really cute. We're totally not going to put guns or lasers on it. Yeah, it's like a cat.
Guns, lasers, artificial vaginas. I can put any of it on it. I promise.
Oh no! Oh, the
God.
DARPA fleshlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, latest DARPA project, project a woman without wearing her hijab to, like downtown Saudi Arabia.
But yeah, maybe I think robotics and automated killing, that's just a bad path to go down.
But I'm sure it's one we've pursued with diligence. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing at all, but I'm sure we've been there. Yeah, I'm sure we're going there. I'm sure we continue to go there and develop there. And yeah, that is bad news. Yeah.
No, but imagine this. Forget about space. Imagine mainframes have been out there since the 1950s. What the hell's happening now?
I don't think any machine should have the ability to kill a human, without any interaction with it or anything.
But they are. They're just searching their targets.
But
drones
driving, like the Tesla shit.
Yeah.
That my understanding is there's some programming involved that involves what is the best case scenario, plowing into this versus plowing into that. That there is at least some logic built in already to decide. What is the term? It's a railroad switch logic. Railroad switch dilemma. What is the terminology? I've seen it on Facebook from time to time. All right, y'all fucking this all up. You get what I'm saying? You've seen the logic problems on Facebook about railroad switches and whether or not you pull a level or don't pull a level, depending on what the scenario is. My understanding is, like, some of the Uber AI about artificial intelligence and driving already has some of that in place.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's probably collision avoidance systems and stuff like that built into the Tesla. I can't possibly comment.
Do you have an AI?
Yeah, apparently that guy that
what lives
to react to it.
What is the best ethical decision to make about how many lives to kill?
You cannot have any
more.
That was a weird, strange whisper. I want to hear more of that.
Yeah.
Yes. Somebody can't have any more.
Yeah, that was me over here. Somebody came in the room.
I clicked a link the other day and it got some bizarre music, and I was keying down on Mumble, and one of my friends was on, and he's like, "What the hell are you listening to?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Somebody just sent me the link."
Oh my god, classic. Ah, Teslas.
I like the whole idea of the convenience of jumping in a car and going, "Take me home," or go and park yourself.
Yeah. See, the thing is about artificial intelligence and driving. There is indeed, it probably will be safer grand total as far as number of deaths. But think about this: your computer AI will be programmed to best think of the best possible case scenario of who will die.
Yeah, I suppose so.
There will be some railroad bring the switch ethical dilemmas that your AI has to be programmed to actually take care of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear? You mentioned it earlier about the guy that got killed in a Tesla. I think it was the story. He fell asleep in his car whilst he was on his way to work or something, or sleeping in the back of the car.
No, I did not hear that.
Mm-mm. So what happened?
I mean, I've seen YouTube videos
Yeah.
of people goofing off with the cars driving themselves, like playing cards and stuff. I would never do that, but I mean, I didn't know he was sleeping in the back.
What the?
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Here you go. I think this is the story. Tesla driver dies in first fatal crash whilst using autopilot mode. The autopilot sensors on the Model S failed to distinguish between a white tractor trailer crossing a highway and a bright white sky. That's not good, is it?
That sucks.
Let's just see if I can find some. Do you want? I'll paste the article in the Hangout. With a minute.
My boss has a Model S. I can't remember exactly. What is the model upcoming that's supposed to be fairly cheap and affordable for the average consumer? Someone's working on a model that's supposed to be fairly affordable.
I have no idea.
Oh, fuck.
Would be nice.
The accident occurred in Williston, Florida. Joshua Brown, age 40, of Ohio, put his Model S Tesla in autopilot mode whilst he was on the highway. And yeah, it didn't. The sensors on the car didn't distinguish between a white truck and the sky, and he hit a large 18-wheel truck and trailer.
Well, those bugs that had to be debugged.
The car attempted to drive full speed underneath the trailer, with the bottom of the trailer impacting the windshield of the Model S.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not personally expecting everything to work, so...
Yeah, Elon tweeted about it as well. Yeah, but these things are going to happen. I mean, like, if you put your trust in technology and...
Something's bound to happen.
Yeah, like, I really hope it doesn't go like, you know, the space race. As soon as people started dying in the space race, they're like, oh no, we can't do anything with humans in space, you know. So like it's robots and satellites and things like that.
That said, it does keep my dick out of the space race. I'm just saying, my ass, my penis will not be in Cellulite's position where I end up as ashes on the Florida coast.
I'd love to be in the well, no, I think the space race just drives technology so much. If it was more of a public thing, like, you know, people are getting more interested in SpaceX and their delivery systems and stuff like that, and their
you will keep trying. If fame, yeah, I suppose.
No, I like the whole area. I think it's like pushing the bounds of what we're comfortable engineering. Like we make a lot of stuff, you know, with intolerance to work on our planet, but then we're making things work in space with the heat differences and like the kind of the way that they have to land craft on Mars because the atmosphere is thinner and stuff like that. These systems that they're developing for that kind of stuff is just really mind-blowing technology.
I would like to see it be more sexy where people are interested in investing in it, more interested in looking into and developing it.
Well, their control systems are like semi-autonomous, I suppose, because the delay it takes the time to communicate with craft. So, you know, like the rover probably, I'm guessing here, gets sent a lot of instructions, and it has choices to make in those instructions, depending on, you know, whether it can travel in a certain direction or whether some sensors triggered because it's moved towards a rock or something like that. You know, they probably send it, we want you to get from A to B, and do it in the most logical thing, and it uses its onboard sensors to move or something like that. I don't know. I'm hoping you guys know more about this than me.
Isn't there like a delay between Earth and Mars? Is like 5 minutes, something like that?
Yeah. I think it's about a 15-minute round trip. So if you wanted to send something and get something back, it's about 15 minutes. Yeah, when I watched I actually watched the Curiosity Lander live on Mars when they landed. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning in England, and I stayed up the whole of the night. And they landed, they all celebrated, and I was just like, well, they know the thing's down there, and I just couldn't keep my eyes awake to get this, to see the first photograph that it sent back. But yeah, that was kind of cool. So there was this period of just a lull for like 5 or 10 minutes whilst they were uncertain whether the craft had gone into the correct landing mode and made it down onto the surface.
I do kind of miss when our space race was a bigger thing than it is currently. Where we had more pride in that, because NASA and the United States was kind of leading that shit, and it has gone by the wayside, which makes me a little sad.
Yeah, there's so little investment though in public services now and things like that. Everybody wants private. I mean, you guys have got it really bad in America. It's just starting to take off.
SpaceX, right? Isn't that privatized?
Yeah, it is private company. Yeah. The
British in the U.S. though, but how much did the other countries very independently invest in that?
Russia's really advanced too. Like, don't put them out of the.
Yeah, and we got the European Space Agency, ESA, and Britain a very long time ago had its own space program. We've actually got rocket ports built in Scotland somewhere for testing rockets and an eventual spacecraft. But
are they fueled by Scotch?
I don't know. We never got that far. We never got to the moon.
What? You never made it to the moon?
No, our space race. I think it was just at the time satellites came out. They were toying with the idea, and they wanted to build a rocket. And
Sputnik.
Yeah.
If the U.S. is doing it and the amount of expense involved, I can understand why a lot of countries back the fuck out.
Well, it's very did we actually do
it? I bet we did. I hope so, because that's a lot of money. Where did that money go?
Film studios, special effects.
Isn't there a movie, like a comedy about that? I forgot what it's called. Moonwalkers, is it? I forgot what it was. It's not Moonwalkers.
That was a Michael Jackson movie, wasn't it?
No. This is no. It's not your favorite.
Criminal.
Okay, you guys.
I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, Annie? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Wasn't that Invaders from Mars?
No. I'm gonna find the movie. Give me a second.
Yeah, the first British space program began in 1952. The first satellite program was the Ariel series of British satellites built in the USA and launched, and the UK launched them using American-built rockets. But during the 1960s and 70s, a number of efforts were made to develop a British satellite launch capability of a British rocket named the Black Arrow. Yeah, we didn't make it though. we never.
Here it is, guys. It is called Moonwalkers. It's all about that, and they talk.
Yeah.
Sometimes me and you need
to talk. Here's the IMDb thing.
I'm trying to understand my own opinion on Brexit. So I had some people on my feed talk about some weird shit, and I'm not sure what to think of Brexit, and I'm an American, and Brexit confuses the fuck out of me.
I'm just
standard.
I don't know. I try to keep out of all that stuff. Reddit is absolutely flooded with Brexit posts at the moment, whether they're positive or negative posts.
Yeah, and I don't know what's positive and what's negative, what I should think about it, because someone's like, "Oh yeah, this person totally fucked the UK." I'm like, well, other people's opinions on that, what they did was probably in positive, but in the mean term negative, and I don't know what the fuck to post back to you, because
what I can tell you at the moment is that it's slightly devalued the pound against most of the other currencies, which has increased British manufacture, but it's also put the prices up for buying stuff from abroad, because we, obviously being an island, we have to import everything. So
see what happens if Scotland jumps out.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. It's yeah.
It's all a big wait and see thing.
Are you guys doing the Brexit thing?
All bad, and I'm not sure it's all bad or not, because I listened to some libertarian-ish by United States standards British people who talk about Brexit as a positive, but I understand there's some downsides.
People that
I
see
don't
it
know
as
what the
positive,
deal is.
people that see it as positive probably don't understand the full, I don't know, implications of leaving the European Union. The European Union, you know,
That would be me because I'm kind
Well-
of for it, but I'm not there, so I'm blind.
I think I mentioned the guy the other week. He posted, like, has anybody else lost their job? And he spent the whole of his university life studying the human rights laws. And obviously England is now scrapping the human rights laws to replace them with something else, or at least they're trying to. And yeah, so he's pretty pissed off. But no, Brexit, like I said, I'd try to keep out of it. My opinion is that I don't know. I really don't know. It's,
I, as an American, don't have a strong opinion. I've seen people who support it, people against it. I don't really think, and I try to put forth what I hear from both the pros and the cons in what Twitter feeds I see, but I don't know what the fuck to say because I don't know.
Somebody summed it up quite nicely. They said whether or not we're part of the EU, we're still part of Europe. And the thing is, like this gentleman said the other day, he's still got friends in Europe and still got friends in, you know, Italy, Germany, Spain, France, wherever, and nothing's changed. We're still friends. We still get on. We're still, you know, exactly the same as what we would have been even if we had been in the EU or whether we hadn't have been in the EU. The only advantages and disadvantages really are going to be for like businesses and people that control stuff and people that make the laws. So
yeah,
you know,
just from a layman, dumb American standpoint, I'm looking at it like, well, do I want to pay for Greece or not? Exit is not. But yeah, again, that's a grossly, marginally informed perspective.
And even like a lot of times, like with everything that's going on, I try my damnedest to stay away from all the craziness because people post so much crazy shit, and I just feel like, you know what, I can't. Like, I don't know what to feel, but it's just like
I ignore I ignore all the crazies. That's why I just put out an opinion, but that doesn't mean it's founded.
Right. And I don't like. I'm not saying I'm not sympathetic for people. It's just that it's so much more shit going on that needs attention to, and it's just like it's too much to bear. And a lot of times I like I said, I zone out, and thank God for the internet.
Yeah.
I don't have enough CPU cycles, so I just make adjustments on the ones I have, and it may be completely wrong, and that's perfectly acceptable.
It is 11:31. It's about time I probably crashed my ass out. So I'll let everybody get a last word in.
What?
In the stream, because I
You
need
mean again?
Well, should we do an introduction?
I got some work to do tomorrow, and then I got a visitation to do the next.
Come on, just go to sleep. You'll be fine. We watched you sleep already.
We were fine the last time you passed out. Just
that is true. You all were here while I was passed out for a while. But let's go ahead and I will call them out one by one. Anakasha Flow.
Akashic Flow is in my company.
You do your goodbyes.
All right, goodbye.
All right, Ryan, you do your goodbyes.
I definitely enjoyed it. Thank you for hosting, even though you're past that part of the way. Yeah, it's all good. I love it. I'll be back next week.
Charles, you say your goodbyes.
Yes, sir. I just want to say again, it's always a pleasure talking with you, and I can't wait for next week.
Well, I'll be here. I'll tweet out the link about 6:45.
Okay.
So join. Denise, you got anything to say?
Goodbye. It's been a pleasure, and I'll talk to you guys next week.
See you, Denise.
All right.
Pseudo Hack, what do you got going on?
Oh, fantastic! It's been a good show this week, and hopefully I'll be back next week and just come and say hi.
All right.
See what you're all on.
Irongeek Cast, where we just do shit posting from Twitter. we'll be
been awesome.
back again in like 7 days. So I'll see y'all then. I'm gonna go
All
sleep
right.
now. Y'all have a good night.
Peace,
You
dude.
too, bye.
Peace.